There are a lot of people who have this game, at least on my friends list. I don't think you'll be able to see Chimera Squad yet, but it should be coming up in a moment. I just made some coffee, so you're probably going to have to deal with a couple of slurps here and there, but it is the early stages of the stream. Here we go. All right. It's still early stages, so if you're watching on YouTube, I apologize. I know the long lead-in is a little bit of a drag, but for those of you on Twitch who want, a fighting chance to be able to make it on time. Ooh, it's a bit loud. Let me just roll that back a little bit. Yeah, for those of you on Twitch, which is sort of my primary means of communication, it doesn't hurt to give people a little bit of a chance. I want to say a couple things about Chimera Squad, which I tremendously enjoy, and it's worth getting out of the way right at the front. I was given a press key from Firaxis or 2K. I mean, Firaxis is owned by 2K, so I'm never quite sure who I need to credit with the key. I'm incredibly grateful for it, and one of the things that I really try to do with the keys, most of them don't really have anything attached to them. This one actually had a little write-up in terms of what they wanted, and what they wanted was give your honest opinions. You don't need to say anything nice about the game. Like they went above and beyond what the what the usual thing is. I mean, I can't speak for other people, but I've never really felt under any pressure to say something one way or the other about a game. And one big thing about it is that I don't ask for something if I don't think it's a good fit. And when people approach me for stuff, most of the time it's stuff that's, there's been some homework done, right? It's, I'm probably not going to be in line for a Wolfenstein key, as much as I enjoy it. And while I have done it in the past, that's not really what my, my main thing is. So, but with that in mind, when I'm given a press key like this, I try and do, quite a few streams, really get in deep with it and have a good time. And that will be true for Chimera Squad, except that there's another thing that I've gotten. I had no idea that this thing was getting released so soon, and I have a little bit of a history with it, but I'll keep that under my hat for now. So the thing that's going to be a little bit odd with Chimera Squad was we did it on Friday when it was released. We're getting back to it today because of, the Paradox Mondays. And then it's entirely possible that on Friday, where I would normally be doing Chimera Squad again, I may be doing this other game, and I'm going to have to try and juggle them here. So please don't take sort of the punctured run of Chimera Squad to be any indifference towards the game. It just happens that a lot of stuff is sort of dragging my attention, and this other game is something that I really want to put a lot of support behind because of the people who made it. And it's a little tricky to get things balanced. So with that in mind, one thing I might be doing with Chimera Squad is adding an extra day on, let's say tomorrow, and either do Chimera Squad on that day or do the other game on that day. I want to see if I can add some extra days to streaming, but it's worth keeping in mind that when I do stuff like that, the other behind-the-scenes things that people enjoy but don't necessarily know that they're being done at these times, those tend to suffer. So things like the Morrowind episodes and some Cultist Simulator stuff that I'm working on, those tend to suffer when I kind of go into overdrive. So it is also worth mentioning, before I go too much further, this game is still on sale, so you can get this at 50% off. I am very surprised by that, to be completely honest, because my experience with it has been it's an excellent game. I think I went 2 hours over the first stream that I did with it. I mean, it's more XCOM, so I'm always going to be happy about that. I really think they've added something special to a style of game that I already really enjoy. And, at 50% off, I really feel to a certain extent, it's severely undervalued. But I mean, this isn't Firaxis's first game. Like, they clearly know what they're doing. And I mean, 2K has been in the publishing business for a while. But I mean, for me, I think it's...
I have this rash Cool. Does it look like a face?
I don't know. It's not in a place I can see.
So why are you telling me?
Could you take a look at it?
Nope. Why not? Because I'm your medic, not your doctor. The only way I'll see that thing is if you get shot in the rash.
That sounds painful.
Oh, extremely.
I should talk about the banter in a little bit, but yeah. Anyways, I think this game is very affordably priced. I've noticed a lot of people on my friends list already have it, which I think is great. I think it's good to have. It's good to see stuff like this supported. But if you're on the fence about the game, I'm certainly very much into it, and I think if you're going to be waiting for a discount, this is it, right? I don't think this thing is gonna, I don't think this thing's gonna go like, I don't know what, I guess what the next step would be, 75% off, 60% off. Like, it kind of seems like you're, for the couple of dollars that you'll be saving for that, you're just denying yourself the pleasure of enjoying the game. Keeping in mind, of course, that I was given a copy for promotional purposes, so maybe I'm not the one who's in a position to say that sort of stuff. But let's talk a little bit about some of the things that are familiar and some of the things that are unfamiliar, and then we'll jump into our next mission. So you saw some of the banter. I don't know if this is based on some of the feedback that XCOM 2 got, but hang on, I want to make sure that I'm properly tagged as Chimera Squad, because I have a slight fear that I did this wrong. Sorry about this. But yeah, the city layer, so it's obviously not the world, but it's very similar to the sort of geoscape that you're... Okay, yep, it's set up as XCOM Chimera Squad. This is kind of the translation of the geoscape. You have a very similar sort of set of problems from the earlier games, where you can deploy to a single mission. Generally, there is more than one activity kind of going on, which means that you have to make some hard choices in terms of the level at which certain districts go red. I don't believe parts of the city get shut down. I believe this adds to the Doom track. Actually, it'll explain it here. So, city unrest status. Current city anarchy, 014. Districts at max unrest 0. City anarchy will increase by 1 each day if there are any districts at critical unrest. Completing an investigation removes 3 points. If city anarchy reaches 14, city 31 falls, and XCOM can no longer remain. So, as you can see here, the fringe is our current worry, and unfortunately, there's a hidden mission here. So we're going to have 8 days of this nonsense, unless I can find some ways around it. One thing that I can do is add vigilance, and then in the worst case scenario, we can also quarantine, but quarantine's going to take a while. So we've got a little bit to hurt us. Sorry, I was talking about some feedback. So I tremendously love XCOM 2, but I will say that XCOM 2 does have something of an earned reputation for some of the crosstalk in the base elements. They tend to get a little repetitive, or they tend to get a little grating. I very much enjoy the banter that goes on here, though. I feel that that's really worked in the game's favor. And I think one thing that I think this sort of is, this effect goes both ways. I think this reflects something that is true of Chimera Squad as a game distinct from the previous XCOM entries. And it's also something that winds up reinforcing this element, which is, XCOM is about a war. So XCOM does a very good job of building a sense of attachment to your units, and of course it also punches you in the gut when you have to lose those units. But it is a very common and a completely understandable trade-off in XCOM to say, I am willing to give up this soldier in order to achieve this greater objective. Because, of course, this is the thing that unfortunately happens in wars all the time. It would be wonderful if we could do wars without casualties, but this is not what happens. How you doing, Uncle Cranky? I am so early in this game compared to you, so this is going to be like this is going to be borderline insulting to you, but we'll do our best nonetheless. So, you know, Chimera Squad is about a police force, admittedly a very special one, but they're not the same sorts of stakes. And I think it's very fair to say that even in some kind of a special forces situation, the idea of sacrificing, you know, you clearly put people in danger, but the idea of sacrificing someone is not really on the table. And it's reflected by the fact that this game has a cast of characters with their own personalities and their own sort of interactions. And you saw a little bit of that in the dialogue in the base. But it's also reflected in the fact that, unlike in XCOM, where you can have someone just die, in this game, if a character dies, I believe that is a mission failure. You have a bleed out mechanic. And so it adds a cinematic element to it, right? You've got someone who, you know, is clutching their comrade in their arms, trying to take care of them as things go through. And it's a game with a lot of personality and a lot of sort of story-based elements. Although certainly the XCOM games have never been short on cinematic touches and whatnot. No problem, DTG16. I'm really sorry that there aren't quality options. Let me see if there's anything I can do about that. I think Twitch is being a jerk. But thank you for that support, for stopping by, and I hope we'll get some quality options after streaming for a little bit so that you can be, so that you can enjoy the stream with the rest of us. Obviously, feel free to check out the VOD on YouTube if Twitch doesn't do quality options on my own VODs. Because I know YouTube does that and they don't really give a damn how big a streamer is. One of the many things that makes that a superior platform to Twitch. But, you know, my audience is on Twitch, so what am I going to do, right? The last factor is the sort of adjustments in terms of the initiative order, but we'll deal with that when we get into a mission. Uncle Cranky says agent death is indeed a failure state, and you loved all the banter between the agents, as you pointed out. Yeah, I mean, it's one of these things that I think it goes both ways. So, you know, this is definitely a very personality-driven kind of story, a personality-driven game. But the fact that there is banter also makes you more attached to these people, and so it's something that reinforces the shift in combat. But the shift in combat also sort of helps reinforce some of these extra little flavor elements. Okay, so we can do our Chimera Kickstarter, we can do legwork for extra intel, or we can do Illyrium. Now, I'm gonna make a little bit of a call here and say I want to prioritize some intel, and the main reason for that is that seems to be something that will get me some resource generating bonuses on the map, and so I feel like getting this early and using it often will be something that'll help push me over the edge a little bit. So we will do legwork, and our currently only available agent is Zephyr, who has gotten out of training. All right, let's say I think for most of these. Unrest in the Fringe has risen to 5. Okay, yep. New supply items. There's a bunch of cool stuff here, which I probably should be considering buying, but I think I'm going to run one more mission with my current squad. So let's go back to what used to be called the Geoscape. It looks like I more or less have the same options here. So we have Turncoat, which is a notorious arms dealer, has been targeted for elimination by our opposition. We need to extract him before they do, and we get the hair trigger mod. And then we have an extra, we get a smoke bomb. So I actually prefer the hair trigger between the two. Not to say that smoke bomb isn't useful, but I actually want to see what the hair trigger does. Actually, maybe we have that in our armory. We do not. Smoke grenades are one of these things which I was slow to adopt in the original XCOM, but it made, well, the original Firaxis XCOM, but it really made the difference when I started using it. But anyways, we will send the APC, and difficult missions have lived up to their name, so I want to be careful on this stuff. At some point I do need to get myself an extra padding, but for now I think we're gonna live with what we've got, and we will run in. So we've got one projected encounter. That means we can basically fire everything when we come in. One of the things that I find so interesting about this game is, and in fact, I had a couple people coming into chat last time, and they were sort of saying,
"Beat the hostiles to our VIP. Prep to evac."
They said something to the effect of, like, "Oh, it just looks like a reskin," or something like that. And I'm always so astonished at the I guess the disregard for how much effort goes into something like this. Like, if you can look at that trailer and say that it's just, you know, XCOM all over again with another coat of paint. By the way, if that was what Chimera Squad was, I'd still like it, because XCOM is great. But like, this is a really great example of how it's changed. So where you go from the original XCOM to XCOM 2, this one you've got sort of a breaching phase. So instead of running in and sneaking around the base, you're going to decide who goes in first. And this is, I don't know whether or not these things are sort of informing each other, but when you have something like Tactical Breach Wizards, that's a really good example of a type of game which has interesting, what's a right term? You know, it gives you some fun, I guess, fun possibilities. All right, sorry, I also should be taking a look at the bonus, because you do get some bonuses and sometimes some drawbacks. It says, the best for last unit through this entrance is guaranteed to land their shot. Ah, okay. Well, normally I wouldn't put Godmother in last, but Godmother actually seems to be a really good guaranteed shot character. So, we know that Terminal is not going to want to use her special ability, so in this case I'm going to put her in first. That's also going to have some implications for the initiative in the next round, but I haven't really thought about where I want people in the overall turn order. So, wait, what was that game title? I'm looking for more Breach and Clear. Oh, Tactical Breach Wizards. This is definitely a game that is in very, very early stages. But do check it out. It's by Suspicious Developments, which was the company that did Gunpoint and Heat Signature, along with quite a few other games. And we will have a chat after the stream about that, because it's a pretty fun one. All right, next one I think I'm going to bring in is Verge. Verge does have the ability to sort of stun an enemy, so I want the option for that. Next up is going to be Cherub. Now, the reason why I'm choosing Cherub here is because this should be... I want Cherub to have the option of absorbing any shots that are coming after them. So if the first two people fail to eliminate threats, I want him as my backup. And then we have Godmother, who we know will be able to get the automatic hit. So...
It's go time!
Babu Frick, are you telling me what I should be playing on my channel? Alright, so the Trooper's aggressive. It's a 66% shot, but it seems to me that we know we'll be getting rid of this guy after... after Godmother comes in, so... Yeah, they're great, so it's definitely one you should be checking out. I think if you join their mailing list, you'll get more better updates than me. But I think if you check it out, they just like me playing it. Yeah, no problem, Babu Frick. It's worth remembering. I was given a key by this from the developer, right? So if I really enjoy Stellaris, and I have that as a dedicated day on Mondays. But it's not the only game that I play, and obviously I was given this for promotional purposes, so I feel that I would not be doing the right thing to accept a key for promotion and then not do the game. I completely understand, by the way, if you don't want to hang out for this game if it doesn't do it for you, like, there's no hard feelings on that. But I can tell you for sure that we'll have Stellaris back on Monday, so... Alright, let's take out the adder. Okay, now it seems to me the only person we really want to be worrying about now is the Legionnaire. It's a high probability. In fact, we might even just want to do some chip damage. Yeah, let's just take out the Legionnaire. Now, I better hope that this is enough to seal the deal. Ooh, somebody's gonna get a hit. Alright. Yeah, no worries, Babu Frick. That's just why I wanted to clarify what we
There's our VIP.
what we were talking
Head for
about.
the evac.
I figured the best that I can do is let you know when I'll be doing Stellaris next, but tonight we're doing some Chimera Squad, which I'm very fond of, by the way. It's if you haven't tried it out, especially if you liked XCOM, it's definitely worth checking out. Okay, so we've got a trooper, which is almost it's basically this guy who we almost took out. How you doing, Talwin? Where are we? Hitman. This is gonna be... I'm not too worried about... being able to solve it. I am worried about how I keep my people safe. Well, you know what? Maybe we... Now, we do need to deal with this trooper. Okay, it's not normally what I'd want to do with my medic, but let's subdue this trooper because this also means that we get admittedly weak cover. It's not like they can't run up and cause us some troubles, but hitting people with the butt of a gun is fun. All right, so we got to get this guy to this evac point here. We do have one tricky hitman to worry about. And we do also have the rest of Chimera Squad in the way, so I think what we're going to do here is we will move him up to where Terminal used to be. It's a little bit of a risky move for a VIP, but let's see if we can make the rest of the turn work. So one of the things I want to be doing now, if I can, I think it's pretty unlikely that I'm going to be able to... I think it's pretty clear I'm not going to be able to take anyone out, but if I can stun them, that's a good second best. The only problem is my cover options leave much to be desired. I wish there was a way for me to know what the probabilities were, because I think all these people are going to be behind cover. Alright, so again, this is a perfect flanking opportunity if the AI wants to take it. But I do want to keep moving my people up, so I'll probably try to stun the hitman. It would be great if I could stun position 4, but obviously as soon as I moved up here, I sort of gave up on that possibility. So we will do a stupor onto the hitman. Okay, so stunned 1, that suggests to me that they're still going to be able to act this turn. At least that's how it's previously worked.
Tracking target weapon.
That's unfortunate.
Oh man, I'm out.
So we can get a reload, but then he's not going to be able to do anything else. And I do need to do something about position 2 over here. So, okay, this isn't great, and this is not going to take the guy out. But obviously, we need to deal with this this hazard here. So we're going to reload.
Back at it. Heading over there.
Be quick about it.
Target weapon in sight.
Oh god, Cherub is Cherub's not having a good time of it. All right. So let's see what we can do. We do get a shot. It's a long-range shot, though. Or I put yet another agent at risk. Yeah, this is definitely not... This is definitely not an ideal round for me to start off with. I mean, the other thing I could try... Oh, no, we can't subdue. All right. Well, you know what? We're going to get into that train. We'll take whatever cover we can get. We'll see if we can get a shot off, but it's pretty unlikely that this will work out. Decent damage. I just think they're still going to be able to run their turn. All right. So I'm a bit lucky in terms of their choices of targets. So ideally, I would get Terminal to heal up some allies here, but it seems to me that we have more opportunities by taking pieces off the board. So I'm going to move her up. Now, this is not a guaranteed hit by any stretch of the imagination. Actually, you know what? So Cherub's going to have to find some cover. This hitman moves ahead, so you know what? I'm going to change my mind. I'm actually going to do a safeguard, and let's give that to Cherub because Verge is going to be able to do their own thing. It's going to be very hard for the arms dealer. I'm trying to figure out a smart way to get them where they need to be. Okay, so I'm going to accept a certain degree of risk here, but I am moving them into cover from the most immediate threat. Also, these guys do disabling shots, so it's not catastrophic if it turns out. Alright. So this is partly about just getting better positioning and whatnot. Unfortunately, I have closed off the options inside the train here, but again, I'm making an assumption here that Cherub is going to be able to do their thing. So here we're going to fire at the hitman. We know we're not going to be able to seal the deal, but that's fine because we're in a position to reload if they do a disabling shot on us.
Target weapon in sight.
Darn it, no ammo.
Yeah. So here, obviously, I'm making sort of calculated risks in terms of who's taking damage and who's going to be basically who's going to be absorbing certain attacks. I think in this case here, I'm going to go for the shield bash. I am somewhat improbably able to bash through the wall, so that's good news there. And then the idea is that Godmother is going to be coming in to mop up this guy. So Cherub is at sort of full health, so I'm not too worried about them getting hit. This is definitely a very different way from how I would normally play XCOM. Like normally I would be freaking out about these flanks and whatnot, but in this particular case, it doesn't really cause me too much worry. Because I sort of know that we're going to be able to heal and absorb the damage. Now, I suspect if I was playing on a harder difficulty, I would maybe be a little more reluctant to accept these kinds of wounds. But so far, we're not going to get anybody with a bleed out. So we are going to have to deal with some reinforcements soon. I think in this case I'm going to make a judgment call that Godmother's going to be able to take them out before they're able to do any more damage. So we have got a 90% chance. Okay, and if I do the scatter shot, yeah, that's not going to do it. All right, so even if we get a crit, we're probably in trouble. Yeah, it's the way it's built, right? And I'm generally favorable to the style of game that it is, but it can definitely feel like the game is out to get you in some of those circumstances. So here I'm going to drop us a safeguard on Verge. He clearly needs the health.
Let the high-tech spray do its work.
Refreshing.
Now I am interested as to whether or not, yes, we can get the VIP out. So we're going to have a little bit of maneuvering to do in order to get Chimera Squad out
No more
in
ammunition.
time. But we should be in good shape by the end of this. So this is going to be a little unexpected. So I'm trying to make some choices here. You know what? So if I do the whack, I'm not entirely convinced that this is going to work. I think I'm just going to do the reload and shoot,
Weapon
knowing
ready.
that there's going to be allies that show up. I think taking pieces off the board is the... Damn it. Pieces off the board was my higher priority.
Target weapon in play.
Okay.
Oh man, I'm out.
So I'm not too worried about that because, of course, we get our shield bash.
Book 'em.
I'm running low.
Alright, so now the rest of this is really about positioning ourselves to the evac zone and clearing out anything that's a potential threat. Unfortunately, I don't think we're able to do anything about the hit. Oh, okay. If I go... This isn't normally where I'd want to move, but I do want Godmother... Well, I suppose the other thing I could try would be the... You know what, let's roll the dice. If we can take them out, then we're in good shape.
Arrested the target.
Nice. So again, we've definitely taken some damage, which I feel like we normally shouldn't be doing. But in this case here, I
Great,
feel like
I'm
we're
out.
in... Ah, yes, okay. So Terminal is in a bit of a bind.
You're clear. Go.
So I'm not going to try any kind of healing or recovery on her. We're going to go straight for... Or sorry, we're not going to try any reloads on her. It's just going to be straight healing and recovery for the rest of the team. Again, the focus is going to be getting people out of the mission area. I accept your new terminology. Okay. So what we're going to do here, I really want to have the whole squad go out at the same time. So I could try a fire weapon, but that's not going to be enough to take out the Python. I have Cherub, but I don't think Cherub... it's possible that Cherub may not be able to reach right away. So what we're going to do here, I'm going to move Verge up. And this is mostly for their own safety. Oh, I don't have Stupor available. Alright, I actually kind of wish... I knew that that was not a turn 1 ability. So now he's in trouble. Okay, so I'm gonna... I wouldn't normally have done this Overwatch, but I feel kind of compelled to do so because I was originally going to plan to stun the Python.
I can see everything.
Thanks for looking out.
How you doing, Totally Not Valken?
Not gonna happen.
All right. So Totally Not Valken
It's all right,
here
you're
says,
fine.
"Hello, Mr. Streamer. I was wondering if you knew when you'd be able to be the fire." I love the emotes that the Eyes of Sin did for Ox Channel. I know I say that all the time, but Sin is very good at what she does. So thank you very much for supporting that. I wonder if opening or closing the door... Okay, now seems like a good time to learn this, so I wonder whether or not opening or closing the door takes a turn. It does not. Okay. So, as kind of expected, the charge bash isn't going to work on the Python. I don't have anybody in range, so... But I have the next best thing. This is mostly just so that I can get to an evac, but we're going to do a team up on Godmother. I might as well get the reload in.
Reloaded.
Okay. Why, pray tell, is Godmother not able to shoot the python even from this spot? I don't actually believe that this is true.
On the move.
Oof! Alright, hopefully the Overwatch clears things for us. The Overwatch did nothing. How in God's name is he able to... Huh, alright.
Weapons dry.
We're actually in a really tough spot as a result of that. So I need to do something that frees him up. I mean, this makes me wonder what the point of having Overwatch is. So I am slightly curious whether or not
Let's
Verge
get your
gets
insides back inside.
removed from the bind. No. Alright, we might have just blown the mission doing that. You lost your Chimera Squad save, it got messed up. I think I've just messed up my Chimera Squad save by making some bad decisions. Oh man, yeah, this is definitely turning against us. Okay, so Verge may not be able to make it. Okay, not the choice I would normally want to make, but hopefully we're presenting better alternatives than Verge. So it looks like Verge is stunned. Okay, again,
Shifting.
calculated risk of getting the squad out.
Great, I'm out. Headed where I'm needed.
Stay close, okay?
He'll be fine. Need a little help?
Okay, good. We're safe except for Cherub. How are you doing, Johnny Big Time? Great to see you as always. And we've got the legendary Sean LeBlanc as well. Sean, did you know that I'm actually doing something in Godot? I never would have expected it, but this is where we're at. Totally Not Velkin says, all your extra weapon disappeared, so you can't change people in and out. You have 37 med packs, which you did not have, so a bug struck. Wow. I don't know what to say. I wish I had your problems. A surplus of med packs would be great right now. Ridiculous. And yet we somehow have succeeded the mission by him being mind controlled. All right, I'll accept it. That was pretty rough, I'll admit. I'm not proud of that mission, but we got through it, so. Let me get some introductions out of the way. So we have got, is it safe to say that I don't have quality options, by the way? So we've got Uncle Cranky here, who is a New Zealand streamer, originally from Australia. He's been doing a lot of Dark Souls 3 recently and Chimera Squad, so if you like this game and you want to see someone who is better at it, we've got Uncle Cranky here. On top of that, we have got Odd But Awesome. You'll have to try that. So yeah, actually, Valken, I was going to ask, what do you think of Chimera Squad while I'm getting my introductions out of the way? We have got Johnny Big Time in the chat. Johnny Big Time is getting ready to get back online, and what's great is I've actually been playing some games that Johnny Big Time has done on his stream and been loving them. Johnny has a really quick wit, and he has this really natural gift for entertaining. So he is someone, obviously this is, I feel bad shouting out Uncle Cranky and then Johnny because it's going to sound like I really like one and not the other. As it is, Uncle Cranky's been doing a great job of helping me when I've been up really late at night. But Chimera Squad was finished on yesterday's Oh, fair enough. Okay. My apologies. So don't watch Uncle Cranky for Chimera Squad because it's no longer on on the deck. But yeah, Johnny, I really do feel that Johnny has this gift for entertainment. He's almost the opposite of me in the sense that he's able to kind of keep the cast going. He's able to keep the energy up. And one of the things that's great is that both in terms of his broadcast, this is one of the reasons why I'm saying a little bit more about Johnny, is that I've been able to talk with him about his plans for his cast as well as some of his personal life stuff, and I've been able to see firsthand how much effort he puts into the work that he does on his broadcast. And that is not to suggest that anybody else that I shout out doesn't. But in this particular case here, because I've been sort of, I don't want to say collaborating with him because that would imply much more ownership over his good abilities than I really have. But you really do get to see it. You get to see it on the broadcast. And one of the reasons I say that is some of you may know that I did an XCOM video for Johnny's absolutely legendary playthrough of the original XCOM game. And my question to you is, would you guys like to see that? Or should I just keep going on with Chimera Squad? And then on top of that, we have got Sean LeBlanc in chat. And it's actually, I will be honest with you, I kind of held off from playing Sean's stuff on stream for a bit, just because I didn't want to give the impression that his presence in the stream would be like a disruptive. So I'm just trying to find here. I didn't want to create this impression that him showing up would mean that that the stream gets put on hold or something like that. But I kind of feel that I've gone the other way and that I haven't really been doing a lot of the stuff that I really like of his. And I think that would generally be true of all of the Dirty Rectangles stuff, although at least in this case we haven't been having meetups due to the state of the world. So I think I kind of need to get back on top of that. But Sean LeBlanc is a local game developer, and I highly recommend that you guys check out his itch page and give it a shot, because even if you don't like the first thing that you play on it, he is very prolific, and it's there's some good stuff in there. It's really fun to check this out. Miles 4K says you've been playing a bunch of turn-based games lately. You might actually get Chimera Squad. Not to be too mercenary about it, Miles 4K, but it is 50% off, and if you are a Humble user and use that link, I do get a small portion of the proceeds. If you prefer buying on Steam, or if you have somebody else that you want to support through Humble, that is obviously totally fine. But you did give me a really good opportunity to plug that link out there, so please don't consider that directed at you. But for those of you who have not yet picked up Chimera Squad, I'm having a pretty decent time of it. And I don't know, Johnny, how about I leave it with you? Do you want to show the XCOM video? I don't mind taking a minute to bring it up. And then Totally Not Valken says, you actually started playing XCOM 2 also, and so of the two you like Chimera Squad more. It's much more like the Shadowrun games, which you really like. Both are fun to play. XCOM is unforgiving though. Yes, absolutely. Chimera Squad is definitely a lot more focused on the individual soldiers, and the tone of both are very different, but I think they're two excellent games. It's really interesting that you went from Chimera Squad to the earlier XCOM games, because I feel like the majority of people who've been playing this have been longtime fans. So, all right, guys. So I'm gonna put a small hold on Chimera Squad gameplay. It'll only be about 2 or 3 minutes. This is basically the recut introduction to the original Firaxis XCOM game. But the reason I want to do this is because this is a video that I made reimagining it as Johnny Big Time's basically I took Johnny Big Time's playthrough and enhanced the original opening a little bit. I just need to find a way to quiet down. All right, let me deal with the mission here. So we've got the hair trigger, 30 intel, 20 intel earned from captured enemies. Unrest in Old Town has risen by 2. From the archives, if you haven't been to Riverside, you owe it to yourself to experience City 31's most popular district, according to What's Fun 31 2040 edition. Take a riverboat dinner cruise, explore the historic shops untouched by the occupation, or dance the night away at over a dozen clubs. City 31 Tourism Council, and the enhanced armor mission is complete. Okay, so we're going to take a quick minute here. Actually, you know what? I can just get away with that because the sound's gone. And where did Johnny go? All right, so again, this is 3 minutes. This is the introduction to XCOM reimagined off of the Johnny Big Time playthrough.
In light of the recent extraterrestrial incursion, this Council of Nations has convened to approve the activation of the XCOM project.
Are you on drugs?
You have been chosen to lead this initiative.
What the fuck?
To oversee our first and last line of defense. Your efforts will have considerable influence on this planet's future. We urge you to keep that in mind as you proceed. Good luck, Commander.
Do you remember when you were playing the game? And you were like shooting aliens? Do you remember that? Like, do you remember when you were playing this game and you were shooting aliens and like you were hitting them and you were having a good time? You remember that? Well, fuck that now. We're coming at you hard with these giant fucking guys. And that's it. You're not, don't even look at them. Just sit there and take it.
So yeah, that was the Johnny Big Time playthrough of XCOM. Johnny has not yet played Enemy Within. I believe he is waiting to do Enemy Within before he does XCOM 2, and I highly recommend that you all bug him, because I had the time of my life watching him play.
Verge, I need a comm check.
Yes. Go ahead.
Check, check. 1, 2, check. Can you hear me?
I sensed it.
Right, but Verge, you know how a comm check works.
Yes.
Then, wait, are you messing with me?
Ah, yes.
Well, at least you're honest about it.
But yeah, obviously I had a lot of fun watching Johnny do that, so sorry to subject... I know a couple of you, that's not the first time that you've seen that video, but that sure was a whole lot of... I had a lot of fun making that. So, okay, so this is a really interesting thing here. It looks like there is. It turns out that Verge wound up with a scar, even though they didn't get dropped. Although maybe they were the one who was mind controlled. I'm not quite sure. Anyways, let's deal with that right away. This has given me a little bit of a dilemma. No, we can just get rid of. We'll take Torque out of the assembly. Okay, it usually tells us what the priority projects are, but okay. So we're short on. Alright, now I obviously need to find more Illyrium because I'm missing out on all the cool stuff. Let's do weapon optics because those have normally worked well for me in the earlier XCOM games. Obviously, we've tied up 2 of our units, so this is going to be a really important one. I need to be a lot more conservative with my units this time around because I've got 2 agents that I won't be able to bring in, except in like the worst emergencies. I basically have 2 people I'm not going to be able to bring in if there's trouble. So next thing we're going to do, so I would like to keep City Anarchy from getting too high. It's not at all clear that we're in danger of that right now. But I think it's a good idea to keep kind of have these things on cooldown as much as possible. So we will take the temperature down in the fringe. This is just because we know this is the hidden faction target, and so basically I know that there's not going to be any activities here for the next little while. Okay, now I'm a little curious how these things... Okay, so 20 credits every Friday, 5 credit income on district missions. Okay, so it only matters if I actually do the missions inside these things. So we got the scavenger market. Our contact at the Viper's Nest has provided access to their network of scavengers. We can reach out and see if they've found anything of interest. Or we can go for the credits or the Illyrium. Now, I did sort of say that I wanted clues more than anything. Actually, you know what? I'll start with a simple purchase. Let's go for the cheap stuff. Do we have any other districts? Yes, we've got 3. I'm just trying to work out my distribution here. So I've got 2, 2, 2. Okay, 2 of each. So then just 1 of each other one. Well, if I'm going to do that, I might as well do it on one that potentially has a mission right now. So we'll start with the finance. Nope, not enough. Yeah, I mean, the way I've just been handling it, Uncle Cranky, is trying to create an elite squad, which will then I'll put in while I train up the other ones. But given the number of difficult missions that I've been running into, that may not be like a lasting strategy. So here we'll just go to Angler's Point. We'll get the Illyrium. So support 31 PD raid. An anonymous tip suggests a nondescript apartment is a stash house connected to our current investigation. 31 PD requested reclamation backup for the planned raid. Alright, thankfully there was no opposition at the stash house. Still, 31 PD is grateful for the assist. 35 Illyrium, unrest in the fringe has lowered to 4. Alright.
Ugh, I feel so tired, and it's not even noon.
What did you have for breakfast?
I'll tell you what she didn't have. Big Crunch.
The cereal that writhes?
That's the one.
How does that even work?
We dip gene-tailored larval nuggets into our special batter. Simply add warm milk and prepare for a big crunch.
What kind of milk?
Milk from any warm-blooded mammal will end the nugget's hibernation. Then you're ready for some big crunch.
That sounds fun, but I'm a human. Can I have some too?
Of course! Nearly everyone can eat big crunch.
What about me?
I said nearly. Under no circumstances should sectoids consume big crunch.
Oh, dang.
Well, I know what I'm having. A wriggling bowl of... Oh, go on. You can say it.
Big crunch. The cereal that rides.
Food life. Feeding the world.
God, I really like the intermediate. Oh boy, sorry, I wasn't even thinking of this. So I was originally going to do downtown because I get the Illyrium credits and lower unrest from it, but it seems that protect the hydroelectric plant makes a little more sense. Ooh, and there's a dark event. So I really like this idea of +2 days towards the operation reveal just because that takes the pressure off the fringe. I don't get that here. So Shrike mercenaries are present on this mission. Jesus, yeah, and I don't have the A-team. So I get a handful of credits for this. But yeah, you know what? I am going to do this. Protect the hydroelectric plant. Known Grey Phoenix lieutenant was spotted at the hydroelectric plant. Corner and capture the lieutenant before they interrupt the city's power supply. I'm going to guess the Shrike mercenaries is bad news. Okay, one projected encounter. Again, we can do special abilities if we want, but we didn't exactly do that last time. And for supplies, you need to be wearing some armor. Okay, so I need to be,
PD tracked a Grey Phoenix lieutenant to this location. We'll get a lot of intel from a capture.
The key on this one is I need to be a lot more thoughtful on my approach here. Okay, first unit through this entrance gets +1 armor for the encounter, and last unit through this entrance is guaranteed to land their shot. So, here's how I'm going to handle this. We're going to put Cherub in. Cherub's going to do exactly 0 damage on this. Then we'll do Torque first, Terminal second, Godmother in the end again because I want the shot to land. Now again, there's a bit of a risk behind this, but it's one I'm willing to take.
Stay behind me.
Okay, so who's aggressive? I've got a trooper, it's a 56. Okay, it's paratroopers. I have a toxic greeting. Yeah, I can't afford that. All right. I wonder what caused that to get out of sync. Not great odds, but let's give it a shot. All right, so we know what our next one is. Okay, good. And of course we've got our guaranteed shot now, but I don't think that's going to be enough to take out this trooper. Yeah. But, so what I normally would have done would have been phalanx, but I'm worried that this trooper is actually going to turn around and target the other group. So in this case, we'll take the shot. We missed. So I'm curious to see. All right, they would have gone for it anyway. So the original
Phoenix VIP is on the move. Subdue if you are able.
So the original plan here was to do the phalanx, but given the fact that they were able to target both teams, I didn't know if the shot would be forced, so I took the calculated risk. It was a coin toss that I was going to take damage. I lost, but you know, I have to accept the consequences for my my decisions. So it seems to me this subdue should be pretty straightforward. Oh, it's not. Because there's a hex between them here. All right, that's a little unfortunate. All right.
Watch me move. You'll make it.
Definitely not in line with my principle of keeping people safe, but... Oh, I forgot. She doesn't have tranks. Alright, nothing we could have done to prevent that damage. So, this is terminal. I can get some healing done, but I feel like that's a weak move to do right now. What we want to be focusing on is taking pieces off the board where we can. We do, unfortunately, have some pretty strong enemies we're up against. So I think what we'll do here is we're going to move...
Into the action.
We'll move terminal up. With terminal shoots non-damaging suppressive fire at their target to push down their timeline, a 2-turn cooldown. So the question is, can Godmother do something about the lieutenant? Where are they? So I'm assuming this is where they're running to. So if I left click on this guy, is this gonna... Oh no, he's up there. Okay. Does it say where he's trying to get away to? Not really. Alright, well let's just clear out the... We'll clear out the trouble people. So I'm curious to see what this guy does. Alright, Godmother's got to be my all-star here. We got a Python threatening just about everyone. I don't like the angles on any of this stuff. So there's a side of me that says, okay, well we just accept a little bit of damage, and maybe I just try and bonk the trooper, and we accept the damage from the Python. But again, that's inconsistent with my whole idea of keeping my people from getting too much damage. So we'll run her up behind some cover. It's very unlikely that this is going to do any serious damage, but we'll try and chip away what we can. All right, well I can shut up.
Restricting target mobility.
Oof. Okay, now Cherub is in a terrible spot overall. Place an energy shield on self or ally to prevent all damage for the next attack. Cherub gains 1 charge when the energy shield is destroyed. Does not automatically end the turn. That, I definitely need to keep that in mind. Okay, so I do get a shot on someone. Let's see whether or not it's a realistic chance. Yeah, we'll try and take pieces off the board. Okay. Fortune smirks at least. Alright, so Torque has got some options. The good news here is that most people are quite late in the timeline. So let's start thinking a bit about how we're going to... Let's think a bit about how we're going to achieve our goals. The Lieutenant we're going to need to do some serious damage to at some point. But it's not very realistic that I'm going to be able to do some effective damage on them. So let's say this Python, basically everybody gets to take their turn before this guy. So what I'm going to do here is I'll take the people who can do damage. Again, the aim is to take as many pieces off the board as possible. Not the Lieutenant. So the hope is that this person gets cleared out, and then we can take the rest of the team to... Alright, we have no movement options, so... Yeah, well, that's life, I guess. Oh, but right, I get the safeguard, and then I get to fire as well.
On the way.
Hey, Blaster1, how you doing? How much XCOM have you played? For those of you who don't know Blaster 1, it's been around for a while. I think I've been seeing you play more Dead by Daylight lately, but I feel like I know the last time we chatted was Mad Max. What have you been up to lately? And I think you said that you had played the original XCOM on console, so this is the new one. It's currently 50% off, and I am having a great time with it. Doing well, all things considered. I'm, like I said, having a great time with Chimera Squad, so... Okay, so this Cobra is moving next. This is actually a tricky one for me to deal with, so I can bonk the Python here, but I don't see that as a good move. Getting closer to an exploding object is generally not conducive with my safety plans. So I'll move Godmother up. I don't think she's going to be able to do a heck of a lot of damage. Yeah, it's another coin toss, but you know what? Let's go for it. Okay, that paid off. So let's see what Cherub can do with... So there's a little bit of a dilemma here. I can run Cherub up to try and take out the Python. But if I do that, I'm open to a flank from the Lieutenant. What are his chances to hit from here? It's 40%. He has already taken damage, so I'm going to... I wanted to do the kinetic shield, but... That was not the way I wanted that to go. Alright, so I just blew up my I blew up my replacement. Alright, well, I think we're just gonna have to do a good old-fashioned firefight. So the tongue pull, I'm pretty sure, is gonna take... So it's a high chance, but... I don't think I get... Oh no, it's a free action? I'm not sure this is gonna do what I want, but this is still advantageous if I can pull him in. Oh, beauty. Yes, I am binding him. Cool! That went really well. You've only played through the first XCOM a long time ago. One time only. It was actually... I got to play it on mobile recently. I think it still holds up. This is the 25th anniversary of the old Julian Gollop XCOM, and Chimera Squad was released with a 50% discount until, I think, the 1st of May. So, are they part frog, part snake? So the Torque is just a part snake. So if you played the original XCOM, the Thin Men were an infiltration unit, and the idea was that when they finally took over Earth, because the canon of this series is basically that the first XCOM game ended the way it ended for most people, which was in failure. And so when XCOM 2 comes around, there's no longer a need for these infiltration units, and so they've dropped the pretense, and this is their true form. And because the internet is the way that it is, apparently the sexy snake ladies are a thing. So, all right, what have we got? Oh, Star Wars stuff. Battlefront 2 probably got a new update recently, didn't they? All right, Lieutenant neutralized. With their lieutenant out of the picture, Grey Phoenix is no longer a threat to the hydroelectric plant. They need a massive amount of power, but we don't know why. If 31 PD finds anything, they'll pass it our way. So one of the reasons I was really uncertain about that tongue pull was whether or not I get the free binding action after it. So that's really good to know that I've got it. It's also good to know that if you bind the last unit, it counts as a win. So... Oh, that's a shame. Although I suspect that implies that there's going to be that there's the next thing in the pipeline. Oh man, yeah, because EA's due for a new batch of announcements in a couple of months. So if it's the last update to Battlefront 2, then that just means that DICE is moving on to their next thing. Also, that's a lot of you in here. Thanks a lot for stopping by, guys. I'm gonna try and keep the pace up with the game now. Yeah, I mean I've done the tongue pull. I don't really feel like that's a spoiler because I have done the tongue pull and bind before. But again, it's been almost a week since my first play of this, so it's a little challenging to see where the how do I put it, where the just in terms of what it costs for like the turn order and whatnot. Okay, so we did this because we wanted the 2 days towards the operation reveal. -2 unrest in the Old Town District. Extra credits from the archives. Stevens, City Work considers hydroelectrics a vital part of our recovery. It's no secret that the power grid is insufficient. Our hydroelectric plants provide a steady supply of power that reinforces the heavy power load. This prevents fluctuations and minimizes brownouts. Councillor Vorthu, define minimizes, Stevens. It brings us from daily brownouts to monthly. From City Council Public Session, 2038, December 18th. Zephyr has completed the spec op legwork. Verge has completed mental preparation, so this... Oh, I didn't think that we'd already passed 2 days. That's good news. 40 credits. The Fringe is back to 5. We knew that was going to happen, so we're probably going to see some unrest no matter what. And downtown is a bit of a priority now for dealing with unrest. But we've got a bevy of promotions to hand out, and I'm going to need to figure out what my team's going to be, because basically I have everyone available. All right, promotion to rank special agent has unlocked Overload. Cherub can now store 3 charges and gains bonus mobility when fully charged. Wow. Okay. This is very good news. Who's next? Torque. So Tight Squeeze upgrades Bind to deal more damage, or Hard Target. Torque gains extra mobility on the first turn of every encounter and permanent bonus to dodge. Interesting. So normally when I do stuff like this, I would want to go for the extra damage, but I feel like mobility is one of these things that's going to pay off a bit more in the long run. So my justification for this decision is as follows. XCOM is very much a game of flanks, and so while this is a direct increase to damage, it's a direct increase to damage, assuming that I am, one, able to target a tongue pull, or I'm able to move close enough to be able to bind someone. And in addition to that, that bind is going to have to last long enough, i.e. I'm not going to get hit. I can consider, however, extra mobility to be sort of my ability to get in a more advantageous position, and so the expected damage increase from that is sort of the increase that comes from favorable positioning. Then the extra dodge is sort of nice because it means that I can put them in more risky positions. So we'll see whether or not this is true, but this is a case where I'm doing something a little bit different from what I would normally have done. All right, Terminal. Promotion to rank special agent has unlocked Cooperation. Terminal coordinates with a nearby unimpaired ally to grant them an immediate bonus action. Cooperation has a 3-turn cooldown. And I'm just going to do a quick review. So we've got level 2. I believe Godmother is level 2. Yeah. Cherub's level 3. We just upgraded them. Verge level 2. And then... So I might actually make the next mission a bit of a training... exercise. And it's payday, so we got a whole bunch of everything. Okay, let's see what the city map has to offer. So our options are to investigate the stacks or investigate Angler's Points. So we can get a bunch of Illyrium, or we can get a bunch of intel. Just trying to remember, we've got 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, okay. So everything but finance. So again, I'm just trying to spread the love on the field teams. The other thing that's nice is by spreading them out like this, I'm also starting to save myself from intel in terms of the free upgrades, so I'm able to get like a better upgrade when the free ones come along. I mean, there wasn't anything to like force me to make a bad choice before, but I mean, in this case, we don't know where the missions are coming, right? So it's nice to kind of have that coverage. All right. So I wanted Illyrium for my research efforts, but I also wanted intel so that I can get my field teams where I want them. A tough call. Let's see what we have in the armory. So we just finished weapon. Oh! Okay, so it's 55 Illyrium for these things. I'm definitely going to need a lot. Okay. So here's what I'm going to do. I think investigate the strange device is where I want to put the team, but let's think about how I'm going to use my idle agents. So there's a side of me that's very tempted to put 2 people on Spec Ops and training. The problem with that is I don't know what mission is coming up, and so as a result, I might tie up a couple of people. Like, I'd kind of like to use the next mission as a bit of a training exercise. So in this case, yeah, we'll remove Terminal and Cherub. So we're going to put Verge and Zephyr in. So this is training stuff. Oh, hang on. I needed Godmother as well. So let's say I'm going to put Terminal on Assembly because it's much more likely that I'm going to want to bring her in. And then let's see what my training options are. So we could do basic conditioning, HP increased by 2, unlock potential, mobility increased by 2, but that's going to take 3 turns. So if we're on the city map, it's 3 days. Being able to have a high mobility on my shield guy, that sounds pretty sweet, to be honest. I actually need to be investing in my team a whole lot more, so again, it's a risk, but I think that was one that was worth taking. And then we will investigate the strange device. During a routine bust, 31 PD uncovered a strange device that falls within our mandate. They politely request we take it off their hands. And the APC will resolve the situation and will automatically advance the day. Are you ready to proceed? Yes, I do believe that we get some extra anarchy. Yep. But there's no way we could have avoided that. So the device has no clear connection to our current investigation, but someone continues to develop rogue tech in City 31. I'll inform headquarters. All right.
Looking for lands of adventure? Or just something for the little ones? Come on down to the Thought Bubble. We're located 3 blocks from the square in City 31. Graphic novels from the old world and the new. Come see what everyone's thinking about.
Right, so it seems to me improving my, my shooty is the way I want to go here. So that's going to be 3 turns. I suspect that will change if we have to take Terminal out of the well, actually that's not true because we'll just wind up replacing them with someone else. But let's see what our missions are. So we can get some additional Illyrium, although I'm not going to need that for a couple of days. We can do flow control, which... dark events. On some investigation... Well, we've already encountered one. So on some investigation missions, the enemy faction will bring especially powerful forces to the battle. These are called dark events. You can see what dark events will be present on a mission when you are preparing to respond to it or in the investigation screen. Dark events will become more likely the closer you get to taking down a faction, and later investigations will start with more dark events already active. You can view the dark events and the current faction has available in the investigation area. Well, I mean, I don't think we've learned what the holo scanner is, but I can make a guess. Yeah, we don't have it. I do know that I'm going to need Illyrium. And I believe we get a lot of it because of the bonus. In fact, if I had the intel, I'd be willing to upgrade for it. I am tempted to do the Essential Personnel mission. It's less risky, and I like... The way I look at this is that the Illyrium gets me a benefit that I choose, whereas the item here is sort of a benefit that the game has chosen for me. But before we go in, let's see if there's any fancy business I can do with my loadout. So one thing I am inclined to pick up is another... what was it? Another extra padding, so that's going to be 65 credits. Scopes increase aim by 5. Laser sights increase critical hit chance by 5, improving even further proximity to target. We haven't had any security doors yet, so... But I know I'm going to get hit by that at some point. Oh, enhanced armor upgrade. So this is just a straight across-the-board improvement. Okay, that's a must-have. So now it's the extra padding or something interesting. You know what? I like the idea of improved lethality for my team, so... unknown hostiles grabbed a hostage and fled to this district. XCOM HQ flagged the hostage is vital to City 31's rebuilding effort.
Reclamation training spent a lot of time on hostage situations, so you know how it goes. Focus on any hostile who threatens your VIP, and get them to safety as soon as you can.
I'm very partial to the trank rounds. Am I missing something? Oh yeah, because it's Zephyr. I need to be paying closer attention. Okay. Now, here's the more interesting question. Who do I want to give scopes to? I suspect probably Verge and Godmother make the most sense, because in theory, Torque is going to be binding people. Oh, and Hair Trigger, when firing agent has a 10% chance that the shot will not cost an active action for the... Okay. Might be changing my mind on some of this stuff. Yeah, I'll live with those choices. I will be honest, I don't have a full set of plans for how these people work. Now, I suspect the breaching phases are going to be quite difficult here. We've got 2 projected encounters. I don't have a healer, and it is listed as difficult. But let's see if we can use some of the lessons we've picked up on the last few rounds to see whether or not we can... So I kind of feel like...
Friendly VIP confirmed on site.
The Terminal's abilities are really, really strong. And I kind of feel like I can look at it this way. Terminal is my escape... Like, Terminal is a way of fixing my mistakes, whereas a team like this is the sort of thing I should be bringing on missions, and learning how to use them properly is basically me learning how to stop my people from taking damage in the first place through appropriate play. So delayed disable, last unit through this entrance will have their weapon disabled, or we can go for Overseer. Last unit through this entrance automatically activates Overwatch after the breach. Okay. So, I'm gonna make Godmother and... Okay, Torque, I'm going to put Zephyr in position 3. One of the things is I want Zephyr to move reasonably late in the initiative. Actually, you know what? Let's do Verge and then Torque. Because I know Torque is going to move higher up the... no, I'm going to change my mind. Yeah, so the idea here is I want Zephyr to be acting a little bit later than the rest of the team, because the problem with melee characters, just like in the other XCOM games, is that you potentially put your people into really bad positions and they get taken out, and obviously I don't have any way of healing, so...
Breach! Breach! Breach!
Oh my god! Okay, I didn't know Faceless were in this. What does Alpha Strike get me? Godmother fires the shotgun during the breach and will take their turn earlier on the timeline. Godmother also gains 1 bonus action on their first turn, used once per mission. Man, that would be... Okay, what are we up against? A couple of Faceless, a Paladin, Legionnaire. I think I'm just going to do standard fire. So the question is, do I try and take a piece off the board? Or do we do the chip damage to the Faceless? I'm going to risk it. I'm going to go for the Paladin. Failure. Okay, but I know how I'm handling this for the rest of it. So what I'm going to be doing on this breaching phase is I'm going to be clearing it so that the right-hand side of the map, we own that. Fearless advance blitzes towards an enemy and melee attacks them after the breach. In that case, I want them to go after the Paladin. So that was entirely about setting us up so that we're able to sort of engage them this way. Now we'll see whether or not I can pull it off.
I'm filled with confidence.
So we've got a Legionnaire who's going to be staring right at us. Question is, okay, so this Faceless moves very late in the process. So what I want to do here is I want to take advantage of that and do as much damage as I can. Now there's a bit of bad luck here, which is Torque's in a great flanking position, and there's nothing I can do about that. So what I'm going to do with Godmother is I'm going to move her up. I'm going to see if there's something fancy I can do with the scatter shot. I mean, it looks like I can kind of hit both of them. Let's see if it works. Nice.
Stay back.
Yeah, well, we knew that flank was coming. I feel a little bit cheated that happened, but it's not like in the other XCOM games you were able to choose where the combat happened. Now, I'm a bit worried about this Faceless. I think what I'm going to do here, I'm going to move Torque back. I want to try and clear out this Faceless, and then hopefully Zephyr will be able to mop up the Bruiser. The original plan was going to be to mop up the Bruiser, but this is going to give me more opportunities to keep Torque safe. Jesus, that's bad. All right. Well, I mean... Oh, I can't subdue a faceless? Well, that's fine. We'll do the crippling blow. Wait, really? So again, this is opening myself up to some misery from the Legionnaire. Let's make the most of what we've got. So, Stupor. Let me just see here what the read-up says on that, because we've gotten in trouble. Verge psionically stuns a target for 1 to 2 actions and adds them to the neural network. Cannot target enemies in the neural network. So the thing that weirds me out is we've had some cases where I feel like we should... Actually, hang on. What's the chance to hit this guy? Because I don't need to stun him if I can just straight up take them out. I hate choices like this. Can I subdue him? No. But, no, okay, sorry. I'm not thinking about this straight. I subdue the Bruiser. I guess it doesn't matter which way I do it. Godmother comes up and clears out the Legionnaire.
Subdue the hostile.
I don't know why I needed so much time to think about this.
Arrested the target.
All right, so not great as far as damage is concerned, but as long as we can keep our heads for this last breach, we're in good shape. So, surprise successful shots on enemies during the breach will stun, and then closely watched enemies deal +1 damage during the breach. Okay, this is going to be just a massive risk, but it's one I'm completely willing to take here. So Godmother and Torque get the side windows. This is partly just due to the fact that they're wounded. And then the main door, we're going to take our healthy people. And in this case, let's say Verge and Zephyr.
Breaching! Breaching now.
All right, so what kind of aggression are we looking at here? All right. So I think we'll go for the higher expected damage. Well, it's only a... I think we'll go for the bonus action on this one. It seems to be a small room, but we're in a little bit of danger. So again, taking off anything that... see, levitation would be good, because that is guaranteed to remove the aggression, but... Okay, good. So now we get our choices as to who we punch. Cover rush. No, I think I'm feeling confident enough that we'll be able to get through this. Let's go after the faceless because there's a higher chance of success. No, this is going to be tricky. 62% chance, otherwise Torque takes damage. Alright, good, they're stunned. Alright.
Here's the VIP. Rescue and recover.
This is going to be very dramatic for the first couple of rounds. So it's this guy on the edge here that's really causing me some stress. So my preference would be to deal with this Bruiser. The reality is I'm probably going to have to target the Faceless, and Zephyr's going to take the hit. Nope. Zephyr gets the team up.
Moving.
Okay. Now I'm responsible for the VIP, though. Oh no, this is Godmother. Wait, this doesn't make any sense. I'm controlling the VIP right now. Okay, this better not but Godmother better had be able to take her turn after this. Okay, good. See, there's a side of me that wants to double up on the Bruiser here. Zephyr still gets it in the throat from the Legionnaire, though. So you know what? Let's just deal with the problems we were planning on. So that was not enough to finish the job. Okay. That's awkward. Huh. I sure would love a way to damage this faceless and not get my ass kicked. Okay, I'm going to stun the Legionnaire. I'm going to accept that the Bruiser is going to be doing some damage to my people, so we'll at least get... Well, no, see the... Snake. I hate that I'm doing this, but... There is a plan behind this. So, Bruiser... There's nothing I can do to avoid the... Oh, okay. I was going to say, there's nothing I can do to avoid the Bruiser doing their thing, but I can do a Stupor on the Legionnaire, which might buy me some time. Just a stunned one, so that's not too exciting. So, next best is we open fire. I'm not 100% sure what the utility of a stun one is. It seems to be... it doesn't actually seem to have any practical use. I'm going to try the tongue pull on the Bruiser. That's going to be huge if I can get them bound. Well, I can, but it's in like a really inconvenient spot. I hope that stun lasts more than the one turn. Nope, they're able to attack, so I just condemned my... Or no, I didn't. Okay. This is the VIP, so... Oh, I chose a bad spot to put them in. We could have got them out of here. Alright. So, for the turn order, we'll have two people moving before the... Well, no, we don't need to worry about the Bruiser. We need to worry about the Python, which is the very last one to move. So, in this case... yes, I think I'm willing to... So this is going to be risky, but I basically just need to make sure that the Python is dealt with, and I have ways of managing that, so... Okay, so we have reinforcements that are going to be showing up soon, so the question is, who do I want to take out and in what order? Bruiser's more or less taken care of. Legionnaire is not going to move until after... Okay, Legionnaire can't be targeted by Verge, so I need to keep that in mind. Maybe it's time that I bonk somebody on the head. If I do that, though... Okay, Zephyr's got to be the one to take out the Legionnaire. Yeah, okay. Then, so Zephyr's going to take out the Legionnaire, and Godmother's going to take out the Sneck.
Subdued hostile.
Okay, so I'm assuming that doesn't count as a win. So this is actually I've kind of set myself up for a little bit of pain here by not taking out the Bruiser this round. We know that the reinforcements are going to come in and harm us, but I mean it seems to me next best is we just position ourselves well for where the bad guys are going to show up, and we can get all our people out next turn. Well, except for well, no, Torque will also be able to out, so
I will
we'll be
fire
fine.
if they reposition.
Leave some for me.
So here it completely makes sense to sustain the bind, but we'll probably release it next turn so that we can get out. Alright, VIP's got a Vamoose.
Heading over.
So unless these guys do some kind of Overwatch or something like that, we should be in good shape. One interesting thing about this is that Overwatch as a whole seems to be a lot less effective than some of the other ones. All right, Torque's in a bit of a bind here, so maybe we can't have everybody run out. Well, that's fine.
Shifting.
I'm sure Zephyr will really appreciate the shot that's about to happen. All right. So a lot of this is about the fact that, oh, you know what? Yeah, this will solve itself.
Shattering.
Oh, I should have done the stun. This guy's gonna die. Oh, I did not realize momentum was a thing. That would have been great, except that I don't really have anything effective to do with her, so I'm just going to move her into some cover.
Out of my way.
So the hope here is that Verge is going to be able to get a stun in.
My mind over yours.
Great. So now we can evacuate everyone.
On the way.
Everyone can move after that. Yeah, we'll sustain it just because I'm mean.
Cover me while I reload. Changing position.
Fast as I can.
This does mean this guy gets a move before Torque, but I don't see any way that he can effectively damage her. I could, of course, try the bind, but that would be stupid, so we will Vamoose. So again, not crazy about the damage that we took, but for a difficult mission that when we have a medic and we tend to get ourselves into some complicated positions, that worked out all right. One thing I'm really liking about the breaching mode is being able to make some decisions about saying, it's like, okay, so I want to clear out some space for my people to operate. Which enemies am I prioritizing? And I feel like that was really, clear on this particular mission. So I'm gonna try and keep a focus on that for future missions. Our VIP has insight into City 31's infrastructure and is considered essential personnel. Excellent work on a smooth recovery. Okay, 35 Illyrium. We knew that was going to happen. 20 intel from captured enemies. From the archives, I always hated Riverside. The people who lived there rolled over Advent early into the occupation. Propaganda studios relied on Riverside locals for supportive sound bites. It's funny how quickly they changed their tune when XCOM won the war. It's different now, but I'd rather not get into business with... give my business to people who are so willing to sell us out. Stay out of Bugtown, a local's guide to City 31. We've read that one before, but it's flavor. One of the things I didn't talk about on this stream so far, but is really good, especially for those of you...
I'm Floyd Tesseract, and I'm part of the reason you lost your world. I was an architect of the invasion, as much as a slave to the elders can build anything. But I broke your world. You didn't know how to fight back, to think for yourselves. Well, you better start, or someone else will do it for you. And who will you blame this time? I'm Floyd Tesseract, and I'm here to show you why you should have believed.
So, for those of you who are on the fence about whether or not this is worthwhile, if you're a fan of XCOM, one of the things that's really neat about this is the way that it sort of adds more flavor to the world of XCOM. So if you take a look at the biographies of agents, we've read this one before, but hang on, its ability's not. So Verge, prior to the invasion, psionic support for an infiltration unit of Thin Men. 2015 invasion, actively worked to subvert human governments, experimented with delicate long-term mental control of human subjects, approximately 15 years old. 2016 to 2034 occupation, assigned the long-term control of an influential human who could keep the populace docile with comprehensible, reassuring answers to their questions about aliens. Selected as a candidate for conversion into sectoid infused with human genetic material. Post-conversion, exhibited signs of empathy towards the human populace. Quietly began to tip off resistance groups. 2035 War for Liberation, served as a mole, actively aiding resistance groups and XCOM, approximately 35 years old. To present, spent time in a detention camp until XCOM realized his role in the war, agreed to reclamation agency transfer, Director Kelly approved his admission to Chimera Squad. So obviously there's some familiar faces in this game, but what I really like about this is you have this idea, and I know that War of the Chosen also dealt with this as well, about some of the things going on in the background that are not limited to what the commander sees. And instead these stories about what's happening inside of the cities during the occupation. And again, like War of the Chosen added concepts like the Lost and these different factions and whatnot. And so one of the things that's really great about Chimera Squad is it's not just the different perspective that comes from sort of this police approach to the game and the individual focus on the units and the fact that, you know, your soldiers are no longer expendable, but they are people who have sort of banter and you know, can't, you know, failing to keep them alive is failing to accomplish the mission. What's also really great about this is the way that it sort of enhances your enjoyment of the previous XCOM titles because you get a little bit more flavor in terms of what was going on. Again, if you like those sorts of things in games, which I do, it's something that's really just the icing on the cake for me. But I know not everybody. I mean, this is the big thing about strategy games, right? All the strategy games that are very popular do seem to have very good stories. You know, StarCraft, for instance. And I mean, everybody seems to really like Warhammer 40k stuff, so the Dawn of War series. Although I kind of feel the Dawn of War series has the same one note of like, Angelos is told not to do something, Angelos then goes and does the thing he was told not to do. But you know, I also kind of appreciate that strategy games are enhanced by good stories, but they're not really essential. Obviously, a lot of strategy game, or at least people who like strategy games are quite comfortable, you know, dealing with the complexities of the situation. But then again, I mean, Civilization and Alpha Centauri and things like that, like I really do feel that the story gives people a reason to fight, and ultimately the best games do a very good job of establishing that. All right, Special Agent has unlocked Ventilate. Godmother fires a shotgun blast that is guaranteed to hit and destroy the target's cover. Costs 3 ammo and a 3-turn cooldown. So this is definitely kind of an emergency attack, but given the fact that we're starting to face a few tougher enemies, I have a feeling that this is going to give me the edge for some of those encounters that maybe make me a little more uncertain. All right. So, Zephyr is now a deputy agent, so promotion to rank deputy agent has unlocked Parry. An extra action from momentum can be spent to prevent damage from the next attack instead of moving. Ah, okay, this is a really interesting way. So I know when you move your Rangers in XCOM 2 up, one of the things that, so the problem with the melee character, of course, is that you can run in, you can do the attack, but you have no answer about how you deal with the retaliation, either from being out of position or failing to kill the target. This is a really interesting way of handling this problem, because in XCOM 2, when your rangers get powerful enough, you can just move them back. This one, it seems to be, I actually really like this approach where you're given a choice. You can say, well, you can try and move to a defensive position, but your alternative could also be that you stand and you deflect the damage as well. This is one thing I actually rather like about some of the different skill trees that you go down, is that the number of individual choices that you make, and some really specific ones where you sometimes, like when you first read it, you say, well, when would I ever do that? And then you think about it a little bit more. It's like, actually, I really could have used that in, X, Y, or Z mission. I kind of like how it works that way. Okay, so I don't believe any of these are combat oriented. I'm a little tempted about the scavenger market, but the problem is I'm not 100% sure we're really going to get anything out of it. And I did say that I wanted intel early so that I could move my teams up. So I think I'm going to do bad operators. But before I do that, let's just see what my options are. I'm pretty sure any spec ops that I do are going to take... Yeah. So I really do want that free field team, but 5 turns is a little much for me to put away a good unit. So let's say that we will do the bad operators so we can get our last field team in Renova Heights, and then we can maybe consider dedicating someone to getting the free field teams. 31 PD has evidence that a mercenary team is smuggling restricted weapons on the side. They requested our presence when we make the arrest. So the anarchy has risen to 3. This is, of course, because of the hidden mission. There's not a lot that we can do about... Actually, you know what? I probably could have done quarantine. I didn't even pay attention to that. The mercenaries surrendered without a fight. 31 PD said that without our presence, thing may have gone the other way. Cherubism finished their training, unlocked potential. Ooh.
The high quality of Grey Phoenix leadership is what keeps their people loyal. Disrupt their chain of command. Without leaders, their lower ranks will be more willing to talk.
Okay. I suspect this is going to be a tough one, so...
All right, let's get to it. You people hear this bonded stare crap? Whoever's behind it knows their way around Advent propaganda. They say don't talk, don't think, but let me tell you how the world is. That's your first clue. The voice on the radio is never your friend.
Okay, what I'm going to do here, I'm going to do reduce district unrest on Highland Square. And I feel like I might be setting myself up for some sadness by using this quarantine, because there might be something that happens in downtown, but I'm actually going to do the quarantine in Renova Heights. I'm assuming, yeah, very difficult mission, so this is probably one for the A-team. But of course now this invites the question, who is the A-team now? Because I have multiple people who are level 3. So I believe that's Godmother. Yeah. I feel a healer is pretty much a must on this one. I think I might actually go with my original squads. We've got Godmother. Let's get Terminal in here. And Cherub. Now, for Spec Ops. I really do want to be training up Zephyr. The question is, who do I want to have gone for 5 turns? As much as I like Zephyr, I kind of feel like she is the one who I could afford to have gone for 5 turns. So, I'm going to get her on... Oh, hang on. I need a rank 2 for that. Well, that answers that. Ah, I need a finance field team at that. Okay. So let's see what training options are available. We got basic conditioning at 2 HP, so that's not as exciting. Torque has... No. So both of them are just basic conditioning. I can see it happening, but let's see if there's maybe some... Actually, you know what? No, like I said, I need to be investing in my people before anything else. So let's say, am I willing to give up 3 turns? All right. So I can go for the credits. I can go for more. Yeah, you know what? We need the credits. So let's get a snake that's glad-handing. I may regret some of these choices, but okay. So defend compromised server, and again, I got to make sure everybody's got the gear that I wanted. So do make items available. It would have been nice if I had some extra padding, but sadly, that's not happening. Wait a minute, didn't Cherub have a breach round originally? Yeah. So everybody gets tranks, obviously. Do I have any other goodies? Okay, I do have the advanced stock, so missed shots. So this is the interesting question, right? Who do I think is going to be taking shots that potentially don't hit? I think that is most likely Terminal, because Terminal is going to be standing still and moving the bot around, healing people up. It'd be nice if I had more upgrades and whatnot, but actually this is another thing that I haven't appreciated as much on this game, is I feel like they're presenting you with some really interesting and sort of very painful choices in terms of where you put your priorities. I'm a little overwhelmed with the different enhancements that you can build, but it's I definitely feel like I'm given some meaningful choices in terms of what kinds of loadouts I'm going down.
Gray Phoenix compromised a server in the city archives. They used it to route high-level communications. 3-1 PD caught on, but Gray Phoenix knows they caught on. And they're here to erase that server.
Permanently.
Well, yes.
With guns.
Are you going for dramatic announcer?
Quite possibly.
Nice. Sorry, Totally Not Valkon. I don't know who Penn is, but you're talking about the Tesseract fellow, right? Okay, lead by example. First unit through this entrance does +3 damage during the breach, and then low visibility. Okay, so there's really no reason to do anything but the standard. Say Godfather. Sorry, yeah, Godmother's definitely in position 1 because of the extra damage. We'll give Verge, Terminal, and then Cherub. I'd rather not use Cherub's special ability, but it's something we can take care of in an emergency.
Breach!
All right, only one aggressor, so. Now this is an interesting question. I can wipe out a faceless right away. I gotta do it. You're kidding me. All right, everybody's got a pile on this Legionnaire now. So I'm least worried about this faceless because I know we can take them out next turn. This is really about who I do the chip damage on. I'm gonna risk it. Oh, gotcha. All right. So let's see what the ordering is. This is the faceless. Oh, Jesus. So Verge is in some trouble. I really don't want to use the team up right away. Okay, so the question is, I shouldn't be panicking about this particular faceless right now. Because everyone but Cherub is able to take a turn without... Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I want to get rid of this python first. Yikes, that's not a good chance. I'm going for it, though. This is basically me accepting there was nothing I could do about that faceless, but we'll see whether or not that was the right call. Of course, they go for my medic. Oh, man. Oh, no, that wasn't my medic. I am a very, very lucky man as a result of that. Okay. So let's prep for whatever the... kind of whatever the best replies are going to be. Actually, you know what? I'm going to start with a stupor on this faceless.
Your mind
This is just so that I can get my bonuses. I was really hoping I'd be able to subdue, but let's see if I can get lucky on that number 4. I should have at least one other person who can take the shot. Cool. Oh, I didn't even notice that other faceless. Alright, that's a little more complicated then. So, with that in mind, Verge is getting free. Alright. Well, clearly, one of these things is an immediate threat, the other one isn't.
Steady pace.
So... Three-turn cooldown. I wonder if those cooldowns get reset. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to do cooperation with Godmother. This is basically just recognizing the fact that the this faceless is less of a threat. So in this case here, we'll go for the mop up. Again, we know that Verge is not going to be able to attack him, or will he? Okay, that's an interesting. That's a really interesting. Sort of, I guess an exploit? Like, it seems like if you can't... Wait, am I... Oh, Stupor can't target enemies of the neural network. I just wasn't paying attention to how it works. Alright, we'll just stand and deliver then. So this will be an interesting lesson as to whether or not my cooperate is still on cooldown between the encounters. As it was, I mean, we were able to save ourselves from taking some damage, so I probably would be fine with the cooperation.
City Archives has a lot of irreplaceable artifacts, so you know.
Test the limits of the post-war insurance industry.
Let's go with not that.
I really, really like the way that this has been written. Aha! So, oh, terminal does have a key. All right, so fewer aggressive enemies present at this entrance, or surprise successful shots on enemy during breach will stun. Interesting. So I can go for a safety route, or I can try and... You know what? I should probably feel really bad that I'm doing this. I'm gonna go for the... I'm gonna go for the risk. Alright, how many aggressive enemies are there? 2. Okay, the Dominator's a little bit of a worry. Hopefully we can take the Python. Nice. Okay. Yikes. We're still going for it. I wonder whether or not that counts as a stun. They are stunned. This is a really hard decision. I think I'm going to do the coin toss, but I'm only going to do it with Verge. Again, for me, part of this is just about seeing who I can do some extra damage to over the encounter. All right. It's a little complicated. I am kind of relying on the stuns here. These faceless are a big problem, though. Well, you know what? Either I'm playing XCOM or I'm not, so let's just commit to a decision. Alright, so my understanding is that these two should not be taking actions. That is a bad assumption. Alright, that Legionnaire is making stuff hard then. Yeah, so that's 3 damage I really feel I shouldn't be taking. But, okay, so now what I want to be doing here is preventing further damage. In this case, it means doing a stupor on the faceless. Okay, so now we get to pile on the other faceless. That, or I try and clear a few other pieces off the board here. Yeah, you know what? Let's try and clear out the faceless before I go any further. Ooh, nice crit. Okay, so Godmother gets a turn before. Okay, so I need to deal with the faceless. Once we deal with the faceless, Godmother gets a turn to hit the Dominator. With the Dominator down, Terminal gets a turn to clear out the Legionnaire. And then if we fail to do that, the Legionnaire becomes a problem. It does put me in an uncomfortable position with this faceless, though. But with that in mind, let's say we'll go for some full cover over here. The aim is going to be to take out this faceless this turn. Okay. So, now the plan is Godmother runs in for an attack on the Dominator. Again, keeping in mind that this faceless might be coming in for a reply, so... that's not the odds that I want. Let's hope. Bad news. All right. Okay. Well, the Dominator's already done its turn, so now we need Terminal to deliver. You know, there's a side of me that says here we just take Godmother. Hey, the exception! Let me just clear that out. We'll talk about what we're going to do this turn. Thank you very much for 27 months of subbing. You always make me very happy when I see that. Thank you. I hope you're doing well. Okay, so given what happened with Godmother, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna do cooperation on Godmother. I'm gonna get Godmother to use her shotgun to. Oh, you know what? I didn't think this through. Godmother has to stand and do that. All right, we'll try it, but. All right. So now the question is, do I want to do a heal on Godmother, or do I want to... Now we'll chip down the faceless, because Godmother's going to be in a bit of a bind. Oh, sorry. This is one bad thing that I do, is I put my mouse over these things, and I think that the AI is about to take a turn. Okay. So, I could try and be a hero and do a subdue... Oh, no, I can't. So, well, it's a 97% chance that I take out a Faceless, so this seems to bode well. I would have liked an opportunity to heal Godmother, but yeah, we can't do anything without the Dominator having its day. So we'll do the charged bash. I suppose the good news is that we're able to blow all of our special abilities on the final encounter. So. It's so interesting to see all the reload animations synced. I've never seen that in an XCOM game before.
The 3-1 PD reports a data purge. Looks like Grey Phoenix is wiping it manually.
They anticipate triumph. We must hurry.
All right, if you can just give me a second here, guys. I've got a blanket which I want to wrap myself in a little bit better. This is a very tough call. We're in good shape, so I feel like we could do entrance number 1, and we get lead by example, so the 3 damage during the breach plus the additional 25 aim. And then, I mean, it's a target-rich environment, I suppose. But in the end, we're still going to have to take these guys out. So I think we're actually going to go for the risk. Godmother's first in. Let's say... Verge. I'm going to put Terminal in third just because of the possibility of... needing an emergency heal. I'm not going to do refresh because that's really just a heal for Godmother, and I feel like she's more. If I'm going to be taking advantage of the plus 25 aim, I can't very well say okay, but I'm going to do something that's not aggressive. And then Cherub's at the end because if we have any aggressive units that are still standing by the end, he can set up his shield. So I probably would have normally gone for the security door, seeing as it's, you know, a safe approach. But given the fact that they're talking about a server being destroyed, I have a suspicion that we're going to have a timer. And so being able to remove as many pieces off the board strikes me as the safer of the two options.
Breach!
Alright, so we've got 2 aggressive units. So we've got a Paladin and a Legionnaire. Alright, oh no, hang on, the Legionnaire's not the... Ooh, Praetorian, okay. This Praetorian's actually going to be a tough one. So if I do the Alpha Strike, fires shotgun during the breach, and we'll take their turn earlier in the timeline, gains a bonus action on their first turn. I'm gonna go for a gamble on the Praetorian. So not even, yeah, we'll clear out the Praetorian first. Alright, so now everybody has to be dedicated on the Paladin, and what my assumption here is, of course, that it's high probability shots. So we didn't get to take out a lot of people. The real question about whether or not that was a success was I went in there.
That's the server. Now stop them from wiping its data.
So basically, I went in with the expectation that I would be that I'd be taking out more units. In practice, we only took out 2, which generally is not the sort of thing one considers a massive success. But on the other hand, the question might be, you know, what would the alternative have been? I don't know exactly what the other breach point would have been. I suppose that might have brought us closer to the objective. I don't know. We'll see how the next couple of rounds turn out. So the good news is we're totally cleared here. The only question is I don't know whether or not I'm going to be able to do enough to the Legionnaire to make it worth it. So I'm going to deal with sort of the immediate problems in front of me. So I'm going to put Godmother in a bit of a risky position, but I'm going to assume that she's able to clear out this adder without a problem. I'm also wondering what's going on with this +1 action business, because I certainly haven't seen her get an extra action. All right, not great that Cherub just lost a turn. So I really don't like my odds with the Legionnaire, and if I'm worried about the Legionnaire doing damage, the only real option I have right now is stunning. Oh, hang on, but no, Stupor gives me, I get a move after Stupor. So yeah, let's throw the Stupor at the Legionnaire. Hopefully we, nice. So let's see what else we can do. I can chip away at a Faceless, or I can try and do something to the Dominator. Let's go for a little more certainty. Let's chip away at the Faceless. Maybe shooting the Legionnaire would have made more sense now that I think about it. Okay, so what are Terminal's chances here? I completely forgot about that Python. Yeah, I need to be doing more damage. Okay, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to do a quick heal on Godmother. This is mostly just so I can get it out of my system. Basically, the ideal situation for me is I can get a little bit of chip damage on people, so we have the option to go in and do some subdues. I need to treat this Faceless seriously this round, and unfortunately all of my people are otherwise occupied. So Charge Bash would not be a terrible idea right now. The question is, how do I keep myself safe during it? You know what? I'm gonna bash the Faceless and live with the consequences. So the possibility is that the Legionnaire turns around and does something nasty to us. Unlucky, but we should be able to secure. We should be able to secure Cherub. So, the question now is, I know one of my turns has to be dedicated to this Python. The thing is, I think I have a lot more to fear from this Dominator than I do anything else on the screen right now. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to move... So I think Verge is going to be the one that deals with the Python. Actually, you know what? Terminal's better suited for that. I want Verge to deal with the Legionnaire. All right, first things first. I want to get this Dominator off the table. Okay, so Verge is now available. Now I know Verge is not able to do enough to the Legionnaire to fully take them out. You know, I suppose what I could try and do here would be the Stupor on the Python or the Faceless. You know what? Stupor on the Faceless actually makes the most sense here. Nice. Okay, so I know I can't take out the Legionnaire this turn. I can, however, free up my ally. So I suspect Cherub's gonna have a bad time with this Legionnaire, but
you made your choice.
Yeah, not great, but we can work with it. Okay, so I know the Faceless isn't gonna move. We do a heal on Cherub. This is more just because I can.
Back inside.
Basically, the thing here is that I know I'm not really going to be moving Terminal. or at least I'm not going to be moving her in a way that keeps me from doing the heal, and it'd be nice to get Cherub up to a little bit more of a secure position. So the question is, do I whack the Python with the butt of my gun, or do I try and do some damage to the Legionnaire in anticipation that somebody else will finish them off? I know Cherub will be the one to take out the Python, but then I suppose the next argument would be that Cherub, if I take out the Python now, then Cherub can turn around and do some damage to the Legionnaire. Who has the better shot? 52? Yeah, you know what? I think I'll just stick behind my cover and fire the weapon. Well, no, see. Why do it probabilistically? I'm making a big assumption we're taking out this Legionnaire, though. Okay. So if I bash the Legionnaire, that's worth 3. But Verge can probably finish the rest of the job. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
Thought I had it.
No ammo.
Okay, so obviously a lot of this is kind of contingent on me being able to effectively deal with this faceless. Yikes. Okay, so now I need to factor this into my reckoning. We get Terminal before the faceless moves, so clearly the choice here is to move Verge to an advantageous position.
Quickly.
We better hope that this Legionnaire gets taken out. Okay, good. So Terminal's going to be able to... In fact, what are our chances? Yeah, okay, so we actually get some extra bonuses here. I don't think this is going to matter because as soon as we take the faceless out, the mission should be over. But I get a little safeguard on Cherub, and then we get to do a subdue on the faceless, and that should... We should get a subdue on the faceless, and that should...
And stay down!
Interesting, so that doesn't count as a win. Fortunately, we have enough time to keep the data from being wiped, so...
Heading over there.
Cover me while I reload. On the move.
I am mildly curious as to whether or not we are able... Okay, we do. So that's another really big thing for me to keep in mind, that just because I take out the enemies doesn't mean that I win the server. So basically, if I kept everybody in the back there, it's possible that we would have lost that because it would have taken me... Or no, I guess because I can do a dashing move. I can see a way that if we stayed put that I might have just been shy of the ability to stop the extraction, but that's a good one to keep in mind for future, for sure. Alright, incriminating server protected. Grey Phoenix must have an associate who sold these servers to the city archives. They use the server to coordinate high-level communications between their top lieutenants. 31 PD has enough to start making arrests. Verge and Terminal unharmed, Godmother lightly wounded, Cherub got more substantial wounds, and will be drowning in intelligence, hopefully. Well, I mean, it's just the 20 from the criminals, but through some other things that we're doing, hopefully I get some extras. From the archives, Antonini. Working the city archives isn't glamorous, but it's important. We catalog everything, then flag the items for recycling, destruction, storage, or education. Celio Dash. Education? Antonini. Yeah, you know, schools, museums, or R&D if the first two have no need. From a Channel 37 interview, 2039, November 26. So, Fringe District finally gets some much-needed relief, 35 credits from the rescued hostages. Actually, I need to keep that in mind, whether or not I get the hostage rescue bonus for just having hostages that... Or no, sorry, hostage rescue is different from civilians, right. 20 intel earned from capture enemies, and unrest in Highland Square is lowered to 2. Is that because... I think that's because of the action
Excellent.
that I took.
Dismantling the Grey Phoenix leadership should throw them into disarray.
Okay. A short time ago, Grey Phoenix forced their way into the city's starport. If they managed to launch a starship, they could cause all kinds of destruction.
The parts of your dossier that aren't sealed suggest you had a role in the 2015 invasion.
I know you ask, but you do not want to know.
Just tell me this. Did you regret it? Any of it?
Why do you think my dossier is sealed?
That's not an answer.
It is not the answer you want, but it is the answer that is best for us both.
Intriguing. All right. I don't think there's a whole lot for us to do here. I mean, I could spend some credits on some goodies, but
A short time ago, Grey Phoenix forced their way into the city's starport. If they managed to launch a starship, they could cause all kinds of destruction.
Oh wow! So we're on a full-on takedown mission then, huh? Clearly, this is time for me to spend some intel. So we. So the nice thing about this is that we've now covered the city. We should be getting bonuses for every. We should be getting this for major field ability unlocked. Use it to field ability. I'm not 100% sure what they mean by field ability, if I'm completely honest. Anyways. I suppose that, I mean, this was my best team. It's the original group. So if I'm going to be doing a takedown mission, I should do it. I should do it here. There's a little side of me that says, okay, let's deal with the Illyrium smuggler first. Actually, see, here's the thing that's tough for me, right? This doesn't make any sense to me to do a side mission when we've got a crisis happening, because it says it's a day, right? So it's like, does it take more than a day to launch a spaceship? I feel like if I do this, this mission's still going to be by, because it's like a main story mission. So like from a what is an optimal outcome in the game perspective, I would want to do the Illyrium smuggler and then move on to Renova Heights. But I feel like from a this is the way Chimera Squad should be working, you know, we should be going and dealing with the emergency. As it is, I mean, the team that I've got is the one who I would be wanting to bring on such a mission anyway. So I think let's just jump into it. But like I said, I'm probably making a suboptimal choice in the name of something a little bit more, you know, consistent story-wise. Okay, so Grey Phoenix overran the starport. Security spotted their leadership on site before they cut the feed. Take them down before they get any birds in the air. -2 unrest in the Renova Heights district. -3 city anarchy. That's particularly nice. And then a paltry 35 credits. The only other thing I could think of would be maybe I want to get Cherub to take a it's a keypad door. Maybe buying a I think I'm finally gonna get another oh, where is it? It's not like the end of the world, but I feel we've gone long enough. We should probably just put the extra padding on, unless we have a tricky one. All right, so I think Terminal will be the one who can handle this. I'm not feeling 100% secure about this keypad door, but it is just one encounter, so we should be able to let our special abilities get us through. Let's see whether or not that prediction is right. The Eyes of Sin! It is very good to see you, as always. Guys, I do want to take a quick moment
Grey
here.
Phoenix made its move on the starport. They overran security and are attempting to scramble starships. You need to stop those birds from launching. Who knows what they'll do when airborne.
It's really interesting to see an overtly alien structure in this. I do want to take a really quick minute here and shout out the Eyes of Sin now. I'm shouting out her Twitch channel, although she's still on her way to stream again. She doesn't stream very regularly, but what I will direct your attention to is her Actually, you know what? I'm sorry, Amanda. I don't remember if it's Eyes of Sin on Twitter or The Eyes of Sin. Would you be able to put your links in chat again? I've asked you to do that before, and I feel really bad about it. Anyways, guys, the reason I'm mentioning this, The Eyes of Sin has the one who did my emotes. And one of the reasons why I particularly like singing her praises, one, I think she did a wonderful job with these emotes, and there's some more coming. But there are two things that are true of the world right now, which is, number one, it is very hard to get a job, and The Eyes of Sin does support herself through commissions for art, whether they're things like emotes or whether they are other sort of other forms of artistic endeavor. And more people are watching Twitch now, or other kinds of streaming things. And so, especially some people, this has been an opportunity for a lot of growth for them. So if you know somebody who's looking for emotes, if you're looking for emotes yourself, or you just want to support an aspiring artist, or not an aspiring artist, there's nothing aspiring about her, she is an artist. I do want to encourage you guys to check out her stuff. One, just because you get to see something nice, but especially because some of you may be either part of growing channels, maybe you have a channel yourself. I'd love for a chance for her to, to get a little bit more work. Because again, obviously, some people, this is an opportunity for growth, and it's nice if some of that balance can be redressed by some of the people who might be left behind in a more tough time like this. The other thing I can say, if you're not necessarily looking for art, but if you have the means to support someone like The Eyes of Sin, she does have a coffee page. So I think it's $2 or $3 for one of the coffees. And I try and give the support where I can through that, because she's made me very happy with the emotes. And it's very easy to take this sort of stuff for granted, but I definitely want to encourage you guys to support her if you have the means. So, and the reason why her Twitter is there is that is, if you happen to know someone who wants a commission, that is the best place to request a commission. Sorry to turn this into like a full sales stream, but obviously The Eyes of Sin is somebody who's really made this stream more than what it otherwise would be. So I've got two keypad doors. One is pure badness. So the drawback of this one is that it's harder to hit enemies. There's more of them, which probably means it's more likely that there's aggressive enemies. Now, one of the ways that I can mitigate that, actually, this is an interesting idea. I'm going to do this one, and I'm going to do it for a very specific reason. Godmother at the top. Let's say, yeah, we're going to do the old-fashioned cherub at the end. And what's going to happen here, yes, everybody's low visibility, but we've got the Vanguard option. And what it means is we don't need to deal with the units being marked, and the +1 armor, for the encounter is nice, but everybody getting the marks, I don't really feel that's worth it. So let's hit the breach button. All right, we've got two aggressive enemies right now, and these percentages are deplorable. So Alpha Strike seems to be the right option here. So Godmother fires the shotgun during the breach and will take their turn earlier in the timeline. Godmother also gains 1 bonus action on their first turn. I really feel like the game has either not been telling me about this action, or it's been it's not been giving it to me. One way or the other, though, we're just going to go for the highest expected damage. This means going after people with higher probabilities of hit, and we know that Vanguard is going to be absorbing all of the other damage that we take. Okay, so that's a 61% chance to take out the... Yeah, we'll do it. It probably would have been smarter to get Terminal to do that, if I'm completely honest, but like I said, we're going for the highest expected damage. And then we do... Oh, sorry, Phalanx, not Vanguard. So that completely neutralizes all of the advantages that they had in that round. No, not at all. The Eyes of Sin. Oh, this is looking interesting.
Those consoles, you can use them to delay the launch.
Oh, this is cool. With dual active, the Praetorian cannot miss the dueled agent, but the agent also cannot miss the Praetorian. Oh, that is badass. All right. All right, so... none of these are my ideal locations for my... Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to move Godmother up here. Aha.
I have the target.
So I'm trying to think about where do I want her at the end of this round. I'd love to get her in some kind of a flank on... Now, you know what?
On the
I'm gonna
move.
go for broke.
Move or die.
Yeah, we're ventilating the Praetorian. That's only 4 damage? That doesn't make any sense. I thought we were going to do a lot more damage. Alright, let's see what the Legionnaire does as a reply.
Go away.
So I knew she was going to take some damage. This is mostly because I know, ooh, this is going to hurt. So yeah, the hope was that I would use, I'd use Verge to clean him up. So I need to get a little more tempo. So let's do a Stupor on the Python. And the good news is it says because I can't miss, it doesn't matter that he's behind cover. We're just going to open up. Wow, that guy... There is something really weird going on with that guy's damage. I've got another Faceless I need to deal with too. Alright. So I have all sorts of misery that's about to happen to me if I'm completely honest. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. Cooperation on Godmother. Now, normally I would want her to deal with something that's kind of coming up over the next turn or so. In this case, whoa! Oh, I was not thinking at all because I emptied out her ammo. I really should have thought about that. Okay.
Hostile still up.
That was very poorly considered on my part. I will heal Verge still.
Gremlin on the way.
I was really hoping that she'd be able to take out the Praetorian. Oh, and it's 3 armor, that's why. I just wasn't paying attention. Alright, so we're probably going to have to suffer from the Faceless as a result. Maybe we'll get lucky and they'll miss, but I shouldn't be banking on that. Alright, she'll live. That's very unlucky. Alright. I'm most upset that I'm not able to get that extra, move over here. So, I kind of need to keep him still in the action, so I'm not going to do the charged bash yet. Wow, that's a really bad shot. Okay, looks like we are doing the charge bash after all.
Thought I had it.
I was really hoping that he would be in a better position than where he wound up, but we need Godmother in the fight. Okay.
Ammo out.
Now, here's the big problem. I need to reload as well as do some damage this turn with Godmother. I have too many priorities at the moment. Actually, you know what? This is going to be silly, but this is making the most of this turn with Godmother.
Arrested the target.
Praetorian gets a hit on Verge, sadly. But I basically gotta deal with the hand I've been dealt, so. Okay, so let's try and find a good spot for Verge to... Maybe I don't need to find a good spot for Verge. Maybe I just need him to deliver some stuns. Okay. So we're gonna stupor the Faceless because I'm not sure we're gonna be able to deal with all these problems all at once. And as ridiculous as this position... Oh, damn it. Alright. Well, at least I get a little bit of cover here.
Subdue the hostile.
So obviously, Terminal's going to need to do a bit of healing here, but... I did not think that he was going to have that range. Alright. Verge is in a really dangerous position now. So I would have preferred to move Terminal at some point here, but I'm going to get her to safeguard Verge just so he doesn't get... I mean, even with this, he might get taken out. And at this point, I need to be thinking about how I'm going to maximize my damage on the targets of opportunity. The Faceless, this is the one that's going to move before the one that's stunned right now, so... I kind of want to consider about how much extra time that I can get with certain certain targets, and I don't really like a lot of my options, but I feel in this case I do want to try and get the advantage of some delays.
Eyes on the target.
Well, we might be able to take it out. Okay, that was lucky. So that Legionnaire is now a huge liability, but if we're able to take out the Paladin, I'm in great shape.
Cover me while I reload.
Problem is that this reload basically prevents me from doing anything meaningful to the Paladin. So here's what I think I'm going to do. Verge has the potential to stun this thing. So we're going to team up with him and move him. Basically, this is to move him up into the timeline so that I get some more options with whatever this Legionnaire winds up doing. Now we're going to reload. And the question is, what can Godmother do this turn to aid the cause? Ah, alright, that's fortunate. Alright, that's, again, not how I would have preferred to use Godmother, but it's, you know, it's something that I can work with right now. So again, this Legionnaire is currently supercharged. The preferred answer is to kill the Paladin, because I know I can't kill the Paladin this round. What I want to do is I want to get my weak character behind some cover.
Repositioning.
And then the idea here is to try and get some tempo by doing Stupor on the Legionnaire.
Give me your mind.
Okay, good. So we bought ourselves some time. That means we can potentially kill the Paladin. So I don't think Terminal's really going to be able to do a lot here. But I think a chance to do some damage to the Paladin is worth the attempt. In fact, what I could do, so if I do a pin down, I push him down the timeline. Nah, pushing him down the timeline's meaningless in this case. So let's do the shot on him. It's a low chance of hitting. Out of curiosity, would you recommend this to someone who played the first but not the second in the new series? So the only caution I would give you, Sean, would be, so I mean, again, I think you've already heard that I was given a press key for this, so I'm clearly talking my own book here. Plus, there's like the affiliate link and all of that. But the only caution that I would give you is that Chimera Squad takes place after the events of the second game. Now, it may surprise some of you to know that I have not actually played XCOM 2 to completion, so I don't know how the game ends. But clearly, in sort of the lore of XCOM, for Chimera Squad, you win XCOM 2. So, XCOM 2 definitely establishes sort of the future cities and this idea of Advent and the period and whatnot. But like the biographies of the characters are explaining what happened in the background. I would say, like, this is more XCOM. The idea of being able to move people through a timeline and sort of the more individual focus on the units is unique to this game. It's nothing like XCOM, XCOM 1 or 2. This game is definitely inheriting a lot more from XCOM 2 than it is XCOM 1. But not to a point where I feel that you are in danger of not enjoying the game for it. So, I mean, I would say, like, if you didn't get XCOM 2 because it was a price thing or something like that, this is a strong recommend because it's really inexpensive at 50% off right now. If you didn't get XCOM 2 because you generally don't care for the XCOM style, then it's a little bit harder to recommend. But I would even say then, like, if you're frustrated with XCOM because of the, all of the damage your people take or the idea of losing your soldiers and whatnot, this game has none of that. This game is all about, like, keeping your team safe. And so I would say that this appeals to people who like XCOM, but it definitely takes it in its own direction to something that's maybe a little bit faster to play, something that removes some of the pain points of the things that I think make XCOM a really good game, but I can think turn people off of it. And if you're worried about not following the story or that, I mean, again, it's like it definitely assumes that you're sort of like, there's definitely characters from the previous game that you'll recognize if you've played it, but I don't really feel that it's required reading. I think it does a reasonably good job of sort of informing you about what you need to know. Joshua Mann says, this looks interesting, 26 interweave. Yeah.
Book 'em.
The timers are not in every mission. Oh. Cool. So yeah, I knew, at least the last time we killed someone who had buffed another one, it's like the sectoids where...
There's only one way into this hangar, through a corridor defended by the best Grey Phoenix has to offer. Oh, and the room is full of starship fuel, so don't shoot anything with a warning label.
So I thought this was the only...
I don't think my shield protects against exploding starship fuel.
For some reason, I thought there was only one encounter. There's 3 here. Okay. Yeah, this is going to get exciting. I probably should have been a lot more stingy with my abilities then. But yeah, no, the timers are not in every mission. That's more of an XCOM 2 thing. But yeah, sorry, Sean, I gave you like a really long and rambling answer. I am very much enjoying Chimera Squad, and I would recommend it to basically anyone that has interest in these kinds of turn-based strategy games. I think it adds something new. I think some of the added value of the game is enhancing your experience of the previous XCOM game, like XCOM 2. But that is more icing on the cake rather than it being central to the experience. Okay, last unit through the entrance will receive an extra action point. So this kind of implies that Godmother might want to be the one to come into the end. No, you know what? I'm going to put a terminal in at the end this time. And the reason for that is I want to give her the extra action point so that she can heal someone right away. So Godmother's in first, then Verge, Cherub, Terminal. And you know what? We're damaged enough that... Yeah, I'm feeling a little uncertain about this, but let's try it.
Need to pick me up?
Too aggressive. 76 on an adder, and okay, that Legionnaire is going to be a hard one, but let's hope we can get rid of the adder at least. Good. If I want, I can do levitation. So Verge lifts an enemy into the air, removing their cover bonuses during the breach. Levitation cancels all alert or aggressive enemy behaviors. Or I risk it on the 68. No, you know what? We'll do levitation. I definitely prefer the idea of damaging the Paladin, given the fact that they can buff their allies. I did not think that Terminal was going to be able to act this turn. Okay, I probably would have gone for the Praetorian then, because those extra armor pips are a real pain, but we can at least deny them their buffs.
They're getting away. Keep them off that ship.
Okay, let's see what the turn order looks like. Whew, alright, that's gonna get exciting. I don't think there's anything I can do about this Legionnaire. Spray and pray. Cool. Alright, so Verge has got... Well, it says a bonus action, but I don't think that's true. Like, everything is yellow. I wonder if that's a bug or not. That really does decide how I'm going to act this turn, though. Okay, I'm going to safeguard Godmother, and I'm really... Nope, it says it'll end the turn. What kind of damage can I do to the Praetorian, realistically? It's a coin toss. I'm going for it. Breach is a lot of fun. Breach, I mean, like, obviously XCOM 2 added that really great sort of like sneak part, and I feel like Breach is just another step along those lines. I'm a big fan for sure. All right, so there's a side of me that wants to. Okay, so if I take the shot, I can still go after the Praetorian. So let's try. I'm going to try a stupor on whoever moves after the Praetorian. So that looks like a Python, and I'm actually very much inclined to making that Python's life difficult. Okay, that's good. It's because these guys are going to be able to tongue lash me into getting closer to the Faceless, and I want to focus as much of my fire on that Praetorian as possible. 2 damage on a crit. That's pretty brutal. He's not trying to get away anymore. The snake people are your favorite. You bet they're great cuddlers. Yeah, I think that's one of the reasons why I don't like them. The Eyes of Sin. A little too good at the cuddling. All right. Look, I'm gonna admit, I don't like the idea of turning my back on the Dominator, but I gotta get the damage on the Praetorian, and the Praetorian is the thing that's really gonna cause me a lot of trouble, so...
Let me try again.
Even Oct is telling me to watch you? Oh, was Oct the one to host me? Thank you very much, Oct. I was wondering why there was a bunch of people here. Oh my god, this armor thing is ridiculous. Okay, so clearly I need to... who's took the most damage? I guess that's Verge, so we'll safeguard Verge. Oh, bless his heart. That's incredibly kind of him to do that. So there's a side of me that wants to do the subdue, but I don't know if armor affects it. So what I'm going to do here is I'll do the fire weapon, because I know I do damage on a miss. So this should be enough to take down the Praetorian, and then we can see where we're at following the encounter. So the Dominator is a high priority target too. Ouch! This is going to suck. Okay, Godmother's in a tricky position based on her being stunned. So I could do a coin toss to try and take out that Python. Okay, actually, let's pray. Damn it. I really wanted to free up Cherub. Okay, we're getting it on both ends now. So I need some time. So I'm going to do a stupor on the faceless just to keep them from getting into melee range and ruining my day. That's not great, but that'll probably stop them from being able to damage me. And what I want to do now is try and... Okay, we'll be able to hit the Python for sure. It's really important that I be able to do that, because Cherub's the one who's up next. Okay, so... I think it's pretty clear I need to take out the... Actually, you know what? This isn't exactly the bravest move in the world, but this is the right move to make.
Heading over there.
So we're still able to take a piece off the board. Well, there's a 5% chance it fails, but the character who is in the most danger is also able to take some cover. Oh, poor Cherub. Alright, Lucky Terminal's up next, so let's get a quick safeguard in.
Need a little help?
You didn't have to do that.
Ah, yes, Godmother's now gonna go to town on Terminal. But then the alternative is she goes to town on Ver. I mean, either one of them is going to be in a lot of trouble based on her attack. Although... Ah, crap. Okay, so the thing that makes me mad is that Godmother is going to be able to use her damage to people attack. And there's not a lot that I can do to stop that right now. So at the very least, I'm going to free up Cherub from the Python. Well, try to free up Cherub from the Python. That is not the kind of odds that I want. Okay. Good. It's grim, but we might be able to get through this. Okay, so she did wind up doing the damage after all. Okay. Again, a lot of this is about tempo, so I'm still not 100% sure what I'm going to do about Godmother, but I am going to put a stupor on the Dominator so we can stop it from moving, or at least try to. Was that one turn, or no, resisted? Okay. And then it would have been nice to run in on the subdue on the Python, but in this case we'll just we'll take the shot. Okay, so if Cherub comes in with the charged bash, it's not enough to finish the job. So what I want to basically be doing here is I want to get as much distance between him and the Faceless. This is the one thing the Python did me a favor with. So I want to basically get whatever flank I can on the Dominator. I know we're not going to be able to kill him this turn. Well, I am going to be able to do something useful, though. Oh, that's right, he gets a long-range attack. Okay, so
Ammo's nearly out.
I was going to get Terminal to do a heal. What I want to do instead is I want to do a subdue on the Dominator because that should free up Godmother, and that means that I'm able to turn her against the Faceless. So we're doing pretty poorly as far as the, oh man. As far as health is concerned, that's one of my big worries right now. Oh crap, that's 3, not 2. Oh, but everybody gets to take their turn, so... I don't know if there's reinforcements or anything I need to worry about, but I am going to be taking a lot of turns to... Actually, I should be... Yeah. I should be reloading and moving. I'm definitely going to be taking some time to get some heals in.
This thing is nearly empty.
Okay, so safeguard on Verge.
Let the high-tech spray do its work.
Refreshing.
I don't want Terminal to get too far behind. It's possible that the game will punish me for taking my my time.
Cover me while I reload. Reloading.
Not much ammunition.
So basically the idea here is that I'm going to slowly crawl up,
Weapon ready.
assuming that there will be kind of enemies that come to ruin my day. But I'm going to take advantage of the intervening turns to get some
Eyes open.
healing in.
Don't get twitchy.
All right. Normally I wouldn't want to cluster up a group like this. I haven't seen any grenades in the game yet. Obviously our team does have them, so I'm going to assume that the enemy does. But clustering up your team doesn't seem to be as devastating as in XCOM 2. Okay, so Godmother, let's say... Yeah, I think we're still going to creep forward.
Moving.
Oh my god.
Hell, they have one of those things?
Oh boy. I'm going to assume the charge bash is not going to do what I wanted.
Ammo's nearly out.
Alright, so I would have loved to get her to put a cheeky heal in, but clearly I need to find cover. And we know we're not going to be able to take the thing out, but... Wow. Get ready for a disco party. Oh, sweet. Okay, I believe these things go up like a Roman candle when you take them out, so I do want to make sure I'm out of... Oh, I can't because I need to reload. Damn it. Okay.
Reloaded.
Okay, that's astonishing. Godmother didn't take the damage, but Verge did.
The starship is nearly fueled. Stop Gray Phoenix before they can launch.
That was really fun. Okay, so secure entrance. There are fewer aggressive enemies present at this entrance. Lead by example. First unit through this. But there's only 3 enemies, so I'm gonna go for the big, bold moves. We've used all of our special abilities, but I have faith. I'm going to put Verge high in the priority, so Verge is going to allow me to do some stuns on people. Again, tempo is going to be really big on this one. Let's say Cherub goes in third, and then I'm going to save Terminal for last. I'm really torn about this because there's a really good argument for putting Terminal high up in the queue so that she can get a quick heal off on people. But in this particular case here, I know I want Godmother in position 1 for the extra damage. And at this point here, I think there's arguments one way or the other, but in this particular case here, I'm going to say that putting Terminal at the end gives me the best position to decide who really needs the healing. On the understanding, though, that I do have a pretty damaged unit, and it's possible I'll lose them. But then, the counter argument to that is, well, then just make sure that unit doesn't do something stupid while they're waiting for Terminal. So.
Breach! Breach! Breach!
Oh my god, we're dead. Oh, I did not need that. Holy crap, I did not know we had Levitate still. Levitate the Praetorian in favor of focusing down. See, I still don't think we're going to do enough damage to him, but we have a fighting chance here. Oh, so close. Okay, we got lucky. That's a lot of guys. And now we need to deal with the Berserker.
If they get to that console, they'll launch the ship.
Are you kidding me? Okay, I'm sorry to do this. I have absolutely no confidence whatsoever in my ability. Just in case this goes completely pear-shaped. So I don't have Ventilate on the Berserker. Maybe trying a stun is the way I handle that. But we also have Praetorians to deal. This is just like just a whole batch of misery. Okay, Praetorian is in position 2. So I'm going to put Godmother in a really dangerous spot. Well, okay, so if she just stays put, what kind of damage are we looking at here? Pretty respectable, actually. So yeah, you know what? Let's. I'm not going to worry so much about the turn order so much as the people who I think are going to cause the most. Oh, okay. Don't even look at the Berserker then. And he's no longer a Praetorian, he is Crew Chief Yarvo. Terminal's gonna have a lot of healing to do. Horrifying. Oh my god, this is the worst. Okay. Verge is in a lot of trouble. Okay, so let's find out where I'm going to be getting the extra turns from. So Legionnaire moves next. I'm going to try a Stupor on the Praetorian first. Not enough. So now my choices are to try and take out the Berserker, or I can try and take out the Legionnaire that moves next turn. Normally I would have whacked him with a baton, but the Praetorian can act now, so... you know what? I'm gonna go with... I really do not like uncertainty, but let's hope. Okay, good. So I still have somebody free to deal with the Berserker, but the Dominator is a very high priority target right now because I can't afford Godmother to be blowing apart my team. Okay. It's going to seem a little counterintuitive. So if I just stand and deliver on the Berserker, what do I get? 85% chance. There's a side of me that wants to present a really attractive target to Godmother right now. Actually, I also feel I should be dropping... Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Verge is getting the kinetic shield.
Popping and blocking.
We're going to hope this is enough to deal with the Berserker. Good. Alright, I was rather hoping that would save Verge from Godmother, but doesn't seem like that's happening. Okay, so I'm gonna safeguard Verge, although Terminal's the most likely. I think Terminal's the most likely target. Okay, here's an interesting idea. Oh, wait a minute, but Cherub may not have enough moves to... Okay. Again, I don't like the odds, but... Well, hang on. So if I don't like the odds... I know I'm not going to be able to do the damage one way or the other, but at least here it's guaranteed damage on the Dominator and somebody else can clean them up.
Shouldn't have bothered.
Oh, that's dangerous. I've got too many fires to deal with right now. Okay, so taking out the Dominator is the priority here, but holy smokes. Well, at least they served themselves up on a platter. Okay. Again, I need to get every advantage that I can right now. So I'll put a stupor on. I really wanted it to be on. Oh, right. I've already hit it on the Praetorian. Okay. Then I guess we do it on the Adder. I really need this to deliver on the Dominator. Okay, good. So we got Godmother back. Godmother's not looking too hot. There's no real cover for her. So this makes me a little nervous. Oh, jeez. Okay.
Reloading.
I mean, I could try the ventilate on the Paladin. Yeah, I mean, this is what I gotta do. I gotta try big plays, otherwise we're done, so... Okay, so that's the Adder down. I mean, they're making the right choice to take advantage of our weakness to launch the ship. Alright. So what I gotta do now is I gotta damage the Python somehow. Oh, this is really good, actually. Well, okay, it's not great, but, like, it's the character who can afford to take a bit of damage, freeing up the healer. Okay, so Verge is the most needy, so we'll drop a safeguard on him.
Need a little help?
And I think at this point here, it's pretty clear that the Python's got to get gunned down. So, and in this case, we'll do a subdue because this also means that Terminal gets to hide in a corner.
Better collar for the men.
Okay, so good news is it's a couple of Praetorians now. Bad news is it's a couple of Praetorians who are really good at absorbing damage. So yeah, I gotta reload. Godmother's not gonna help me if I don't have the ability to open up. So I could try and Overwatch. Yeah, you know what? This is interesting. It's not the first choice that I would have made, but I feel like Yarvo has to cross... If Yarvo actually wants to be going after my weak people... yeah, she's already well positioned. Okay, so I don't think this Overwatch is going to do much just because of the angle, but... Yeah, fair enough. Alright, so I don't have anybody who can stun. Are they... Yeah, I do have shots on them, though. So I think in this case, this is going to be all about taking pieces off the board. I could try a Battle Madness, though. Psionically attacks an enemy's mind, making them go berserk and attack a nearby target. Yes, I need to turn them on my side. Presumably he's going to be getting extra armor for that, which sucks, but... Huh. Okay, so clearly the right answer there would have been to berserk the other target. Okay. I wasn't sure...
Nearly fueled. Stop Grey Phoenix before they can launch.
What I didn't realize about that was I thought it was telling me the number of people launching the ship, not how many turns I had. We're gonna do it the same way before. but that's rather important to know. Cool. I'm going to do levitation on the Praetorian, but we're still going to focus them down. Because obviously the very high damage resist makes them a really tough target if they want to go and... Wow, we didn't do any damage on that. That's a shame. I was actually really happy about how I was getting out of that problem.
See that target?
And yeah, I mean, I probably should have taken that as a turn counter rather than yeah. I feel bad doing this, but I think I'm going to focus down the Praetorian even at the expense of the Berserker. Yeah, I think if I had berserked the Praetorian, we probably could have got ourselves out of the... Oh, crap. Dangerous. Alright, well, we know it's a stupor on the Berserker, otherwise I'm in serious trouble. Alright, that's bad news. They're wide open. I gotta take this shot. After seeing how quickly the battle can end as a result of that, I really need to start prioritizing these guys. Prioritizing those guys. The cost, of course, was some unnecessary damage on my healer, but as long as they're not dead, we're okay. Okay, so Praetorian's already moved. They're no longer a priority. I hate how cavalier I'm being about this Berserker, but, I mean, whatever's going to happen with them is going to happen. Let's try and get rid of the Dominator. Unless... Actually, hang on. Who's the other person running? Okay, they're not in range. Yeah, let's clear the... Let's clear the biggest threat, which is the game over. Let's see what the Berserker does. Okay, so the stun did do the work. Oh my god. Okay.
He'll be fine.
Thank you.
Gotta be very careful about how I handle this, but let's see what damage we do to the Python first. Oh, glorious. Okay. This Dominator, or no, that's a Paladin, so... Ah, actually, this might work very well for me. Ah, but sadly it does give new priorities. Okay. Nothing I can do about position 2 guy. Where is position 9 in the queue? Okay, we have somebody who can deal with position. Okay, that's fine. Then my answer is going to be reload and ventilate the Berserker.
Reloading.
Why does it say that I can kill the thing? I would have just done a standard shot if that's how that works. That really sucks, but I can still clean up the mess. I'm just in a harder position than last time. Okay, so I'll delay the adder.
Your mind falls away.
So I'm reasonably okay with that because they've got 1 health. We're going to be able to eliminate that. In fact, it prevents them from getting any more sort of runners. So it's not my favorite move, but I'm going to go for the paladin, and we'll have to clean him up on another turn. So the good news, of course, eliminating the paladin means that we also eliminate the adder. So, as is tradition, we will drop a heal on the most needy.
Gremlin on the way.
I needed that.
Now again, we don't get... This Praetorian isn't for free. We need to deal with them at some point, but... And in this case, I'm going to move Terminal... there's really no... like defense that she has as a result of this, so I'm gonna move her into a little deeper into the ship, and that should kill the adder.
Another caller for the medic. Ammo out.
So I mean, the drawback here, of course, is that we've got people with lots of HP and lots of armor, and there's really no good way of dealing with this. So I'm just I'll do what damage I can. Hope for the best.
Need to focus.
Ooh.
You have to shake it off.
Okay. So, I only have 1 target eligible for stupor.
Give me your mind.
How you doing, Sarton? Again, as long as I get a hit, that other Praetorian's dealt with. Okay, so if I do a standard pistol shot on... Yeah, that doesn't do a lot. So if I do a charge on Yarvo, I wind up inexplicably doing... Well, no, I know the explanation. It just feels a little odd. Yeah, we'll charge Yarvo. I mean, we're giving him gobs of armor, but... I'm not quite sure how else I'm supposed to handle it. Okay, Godmother clearly needs the safeguard.
Need a little help?
So a lot of this is just prepping for the fact that it's Crew Chief Yarvo that moves next. Actually, here's what we do. So instead of... no, hang on. Godmother needs a reload, I think. I would have done the teamwork with her, except for the fact that I think that Godmother needs to reload and take her action. Yep, so we'll shoot... Well, the other thing I can do... here's what we do. We pin down... So that means the rest of the team gets free shots on him. Turns out Godmother did actually have the shot, so it probably would have been better to give her the extra turn, but that's fine. We'll open up.
Not much ammunition.
Okay. So I feel like this is the time we have to deal with the Praetorian. And the rest of this is just mopping up, so... I don't have...
That's it then. Crew Chief Yarvo is gone. We're stuck here. Very well. I shall direct all of our forces to stand down.
I accept your surrender?
It does not matter where you send us. This world remains our prison.
I don't have any way of shattering the armor, sadly, which is a huge weakness in my crew. But yeah, so second time we got through it. I feel again like if I'd been a little more thoughtful in terms of how the launch works, I feel like I could have got that on the first try. It would have been very hard with all of the armor, but I think the combination of stuns and berserks would have been able to get us through to the end. But I mean, we're not doing Iron Man, right? So. Grey Phoenix defeated. Well done. Grey Phoenix didn't get any birds in the air. Nearly all of them surrendered when their leadership called for it. Not bad, Chimera Squad. So, let's see. I'm going to be very interested to see if anybody needs to heal up in terms of the training. And technically I'm a half hour over, so I'm not 100% sure how much longer I have for this, but I'm going to try and push this out as long as I can, okay? Oh yes, I've played the previous XCOM games, but this is definitely not just... This is a weird thing, actually. So I had a couple of people coming in saying, it's like, yeah, I didn't want to get this because it just feels like a reskin of XCOM. And I'm like, you know, I always hate stuff like that because I feel like it trivializes a lot of effort that clearly went into games like this. But this is definitely its own... Like, that statement is just wrong. This is very much its own beast. So... While it is helpful to understand what's going on in terms of XCOM games, largely so that you can appreciate the difference between the two, like it's, you know, knowing that grenades shatter armor, for instance, doesn't really offer a whole lot when, like, that was the first I ran into Praetorians. Or at least fully understood that continuing to attack them would make the armor go up. So in this case, you know, I need to equip grenades, and I personally haven't had much use for them until now. So, which is par for the course, right? Like, usually, like, I've noticed XCOM and Frostpunk, it tends to do a good job. Well, it's not necessarily a good job, because this can be frustrating for some people. But, there is a certain element of learning by having the game clobber you, and then, you know, and then you try and understand better for next time. So, for instance, the Alien Hunters DLC, it definitely took me getting beaten by some of the special units a bit to fully understand, oh, hey, there's a reason why they introduced these new weapons and why they did it. And I get something out of that, but clearly have to be in the mood for something like that. I don't know. That's nothing. Like, I don't think you said anything bad, Sart. It's convenient for me to kind of talk about some previous comments, because it comments like that allow me to distinguish this game from the previous XCOM games, because if people are willing to come into the chat and say that, then that means that there are even more people who believe that and haven't said anything. It was just a chance for me to say, you know, that I'm familiar with how XCOM works, but this is a bit of a different beast, because of just the way, at least the way that I've seen certain concepts. Like, I don't believe I've seen Praetorians before, but maybe I'm just not remembering properly. But yeah, you're good, Sarton. Please don't feel like I'm pounding down on you for the comment. From the archives, as much as we talk about societal integration, a significant number of detainees see little difference between the Elders and the Global Council. For these aliens, it has nothing to do with their overall treatment and everything to do with the lack of a place to call home. We estimate no more than 10 years before the lack of a repatriation option leads to open unrest, and expect rumblings to spread within 5. Confidential report to the Global Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Assembly complete. Enhanced assault rifles. Zephyr has completed training, basic conditioning. -2 unrest in the Renova Heights district, -3 city anarchy, 35 credits, 20 intel, and a partridge in a pear tree.
Good work, Chimera Squad. Your quick thinking prevented significant damage to City 31. And yet, Grey Phoenix was not trying to flee to the Elders. They wanted to go home, or find a new place to call home. How they went about it cannot be excused. But I will advise XCOM HQ to consider this development.
Yeah, this is, like, here's a great example of this. I kind of knew that there was going to be more of a story kind of more of a story behind this game, I don't think I really expected it to be this interesting. Like I'm fascinated by this idea of, you know, what happens after XCOM wins. So this is definitely like it's funny, like I kind of knew what I would like about it, and the things that I like are definitely there, but there's a whole bunch of other stuff which I wasn't really expecting to enjoy as much as I did, and definitely the story is something that's really working for me here. Also, that surprise sectopod was great. So, all right. So the investigation has been successfully resolved. No further operations are required. The organization of alien scavengers, they've quietly amassed the kind of weaponry reclamation is mandated to recover, and investigation is now closed. So no spoilers because you have no idea. Their plot here is that XCOM 1, you notice that the alien bro is a friend. Yes. So this is actually a really interesting... So I have not completed XCOM 2. I have kind of an idea of where it's going. But just as XCOM 2 operates on the assumption that XCOM lost the original game, Chimera Squad follows up following the victory of XCOM and XCOM 2. And it sort of deals with this idea of, now that there is a world where humans and aliens sort of coexist, and the power dynamics have changed, that it's no longer that of a conqueror and a conquered people. It's sort of dealing with the implications of that. And I think the idea here is that City 31 is being held up as this model of how peaceful coexistence can work. And that sort of Chimera Squad is this offshoot group, and they're currently involved in some goings on. So we've just taken out the first faction in City 31, who was responsible for the murder of the mayor.
After reviewing the intel from your investigation, we're left with more questions than answers. Gray Phoenix sought to steal multiple starships from the city's starport. This required secrecy. Mayor Nightingale's death made their goal more difficult to achieve. Worse, there are clear signs they had external backing. Until we know more, we've designated their silent partner, Atlas.
Should we run down leads on Atlas?
No, there's too little to go on. Mayor Nightingale's death remains your priority.
You mentioned two other groups who could have aided her killers, but...
Focus on one. If Atlas becomes more than just a theory, we'll update.
Okay, so we can go after the Progeny, a loose network of human scions. Their vision for City 31's future is entirely psionic, whether the city wants it or not. The Progeny has intensified initiation rites for thralls, resulting in greater damage endurance. And the Sacred Coil, an underground religious movement for hybrids. They preach salvation, but only to those who once fought XCOM. Sacred Coil has a brood clutch of chrysalid eggs, and the means of deploying them as living weapons. So, given the fact that it seems like the further we pursue our investigation, the stronger people get, thralls are no joke. Psionics are clearly something that I struggle with, but I don't know what super chrysalids look like, and so I think taking out Sacred Coil is the higher priority now.
Sacred Coil is what happens when former Advent officers find religion, or create one. They claim to be the true path for City 31's hybrids, as long as that path involves armed sedition.
Okay, active operation, investigate Sacred Coil. We need to know more about Sacred Coil before we can proceed with our investigation. Faction overview and underground... Oh, we've already got that. Sacred Coil's propaganda is directly adapted from Advent. Their leadership must have a connection. Alright, so looks like we've got a promotion. Oh, okay, well, looks like I have to unlock a new agent. So select an agent to join your squad. We've got Axiom, high damage, cover, destruction, surrender or don't. I'm fine with either. Are you? So the highest health out of everybody, also faster. Everybody's got the same aim. Lower will, everybody's got the same dodge and crit. So smash, agent charges to to a target and smashes down with both fists, chance to disorient, stun, or render unconscious. Higher rage improves the chance to apply a disabling effect. Rage. Higher rage raises the chance of applying disabling effects with melee attacks, but also increases the risk of going berserk. Rage can be increased manually or by taking damage. There is something tempting about getting another melee-oriented character, but I feel like Zephyr's already... Like, I need to start leveling up Zephyr too, so... I'm less warm on bringing Axiom on for now, but you never know. Shelter, psionics, ally buff, mental attacks. I can't be your weapon, but I will be your shield. So, the lowest health out of everybody, same mobility as Patchwork, higher will, and decent size. So, relocate is an interesting one. Agent psionically swaps position with targeted enemy or ally, does not automatically end the turn. So there's definitely some interesting possibilities, particularly with people who will be taking their actions after the relocate. Then we've got Dazzle. Agent launches a psionic blast that disorients all enemies near the breach point. Targeted enemy is disoriented for an extra turn. Use once per mission, which... Oh, all enemies near the breach point. Not bad. I definitely take the view that like killing someone is the best form of damage mitigation. So these buffing units, I think the problem is that while this game definitely has sort of a different flow than XCOM or the previous XCOM games, my big thing has usually been that how do I put this? I'm not entirely convinced that the turns you give up to buff people are really worth it. Now, the one thing that's nice is it seems most of these kinds of buffs that like don't end the turn, there are some advantages that I get from that. So maybe I want to change my view on that. So I'm not eliminating Shelter, but let's see what Patchwork gives us instead. So utility, electronic disruption. Don't worry, we can fix it. 8 health, 10 mobility, 65 aim, 40 will. Chaining Jolt. Agent sends Gremlin to an enemy to jolt them. Attack chains to nearby enemies. Damage is increased against robotic enemies. Hack door. Hack open a door at the start of a breach. Combat scanners. The Gremlin scans the room, applying hollow target. See, yeah, this is the thing. So if it was just a single jolt, I may not have been as excited. The fact that this thing goes through multiple targets, especially if in a breach I wind up doing a bunch of chip damage to people, this can clear a room pretty quickly. So I was definitely warming to Shelter, but I feel like being able to chain some Gremlin damage is a little too good. So relocate, like, so the way I can imagine relocate being really helpful is I move to an advantageous position, and then I relocate with a unit that moves next turn, so that they have a really big combat advantage. The other thing that I see relocate being really useful for is, let's say I have an enemy in a really tough spot for cover. I can relocate with them, have them out of position so that the rest of the team just comes in and beats the crap out of them. And it works. So like relocate does have some huge advantages to it. The problem is, because its health is so low, I see this character constantly dying the way that I play it. So I am going to go for the chaining jolt just because I actually can see this thing really working for me. So let's promote. We'll promote Verge first, and then I want to find out the biography of Patchwork. We'll be getting everyone by the end, by the way, so it's not we're not locked into that. So promotion to special agent rank is unlocked. Mind Flay. Verge lashes out with their mind, dealing mental damage to all enemies on the neural network. Whoa. Okay, that's good. Damage from Mind Flay will render enemies unconscious instead of killing them. That's pretty spectacular.
Patchwork, when did you get in?
Not so long ago.
What's wrong?
I spec'd out a whole workshop for our field office.
which is currently sitting in a warehouse while they finish the building. I'm sorry.
I'll be fine. I just need to find a place to tinker.
Pick any open floor space.
There's so much of it.
Okay, let's find out Patchwork's story. Old World origin, Mexico. Prior to the invasion, first of 3 children raised in Puebla. 2015 invasion, orphaned and grievously wounded. Lost both legs and an arm at 4 years old. 2016 to 2034, occupation, raised communally at a relocation camp. Eventually moved into Advent's version of an orphanage. Used as propaganda after a gene therapy clinic rebuilt her limbs. Grew disillusioned with Advent as her technical skills improved. Extracted by XCOM at the behest of an anonymous tip, later learned to be her own. 2035 War for Liberation. Initially supported XCOM as an engineer on the Avenger. Transitioned to active duty after a mid-2035 loss in personnel. 24 years old. To present, remained with XCOM, transitioning back to engineering. Joined the Reclamation Agency at the personal request of Chief Shen. Her technical acumen is a boon to Chimera Squad. Cool. So let's see what we're working with here. Unrest intensifies. City 31 unrest is becoming more serious. From now on, any ignored mission will add 2 unrest in its district. Any ignored situation will add 1 unrest to its district. Oh, interesting. So they really start turning up the temperature. That's a neat approach, although it'll make life difficult for me for sure. Okay, well, fortunately, we just have 1 mission to do here, investigate Sacred Coil. But what I want to do now is I want to start thinking about how I'm gonna be improving. So, I gotta wait for Glad Handing to finish. Let's see who we can boost up. So, Cherub, basic conditioning is not the most exciting thing I can do right now. Godmother. Unlock potential, mobility increased by 1, dodge increased by 15. That's pretty strong. Terminal can get an extra utility item. Not the most exciting. Verge increases his dodge. Okay, so Godmother, as much as I hate to take... So the reasoning that I have here is that I don't really want to be taking Godmother out of the team. But if I'm going to be doing it, now is a great time to get that done, because clearly the missions are only going to be getting harder. So, and like I said, I do want to, I want to make sure that I'm investing in my people, because if I don't do that, then I'm going to have to be taking important people off of very serious missions. All right, we have got some idle people here, so... I think what I'm going to be doing, let me just double check the status on Sacred Coil. Okay. I only wanted to find out what the difficulty was. So this still says difficult. I was hoping to use it as a training mission, but... you know what? I'm still going to use it as a training mission. But obviously not a lot of people need to be trained. So Zephyr definitely on the mission. Patchwork definitely on the mission. And the question is, who do I not want to come along? Terminal's pretty good because of her heal. Verge is great because I really want to do the Mind Flay. I think I'm going to replace Cherub. And then we'll put Cherub on assembly. Now, let's take a quick look at supply. Yeah, I do want the enhanced AR, but I clearly don't have enough money for it. So, we'll have to wait on that. Alright, let's see whether or not I've made some terrible decisions. An informant spotted Sacred Coil poking around the entrance of an old Advent bunker. We need to know why. These secrets in those underground bunkers should remain buried. -2 unrest in the Highland Square district. And we get 55 credits plus I think we get some intel.
Hostile forces may attempt to guard a mission-critical device that needs to be stopped. Destroy the device in question when authorized. Keep your distance if you can.
Okay, so 3 encounters. Keypad door and vent, so there is an argument for me to put, you know what, as much as I want to do Infiltrator Weave, I think I'm going to give her the extra padding because she's going to be in tough spots. Well, no, everybody's going to be in tough spots though, so yeah, you get Infiltrator Weave, Patchwork, get the extra padding. So we do have a hair trigger available for someone. Definitely get trank rounds. Who do I want to give the bomb to? Okay, so for the hair trigger, the question is, who do I want taking extra actions? I think Verge. Alright, this is a weird group, but I'm interested in seeing how this works. Is there any other stuff I can... Okay. I thought I had more upgrades, but... I mean, she was torn apart, limb from limb
Welcome
at
to
age
City
4.
31's not-so-hidden Advent Bunker. A witness spotted Sacred Coil poking around down here. If they give you trouble, poke back.
You know, I gotta assume it shows in the eyes. All right, so I can put someone through the vent. Surprise, successful shots on enemy during breach will stun. Pinpoint, successful shots on enemies will crit. Now this is a big shame because it's a melee individual who I put in. Then reflex boost, all units get plus 25 defense for round 1. So as much as I want to use the vent, I clearly don't get any benefits from it. So in this case, we'll take Zephyr. Actually, Zephyr I'm going to put at the end. So Verge takes point, Terminal, Patchwork, and then Zephyr comes in at the end.
Time to break.
Alright, I don't think anybody's aggressive. No, so... Oh, actually, if it's androids we're up against, Patchwork was a good call to bring along. Alright, I'm a little disappointed we weren't able to finish that off. So we're going to focus down the android here. Again, part of this is just about making sure that I have an area for my people to live. Ha! Tricky. Okay, so this android moves in position 6. That android is the one I'm more worried about. Alright, Verge is not very helpful here. So the question is, who do I have to do something? I mean, maybe Overwatch is the right call here. Nah, you know what? I want to... Yeah, you know what? I'm going to do the Stupor.
Give me your mind.
Because the android's still going to be dealt with by another unit. It's not so good. Alright. I definitely want to get away from the... definitely want to get away from the self-destructing android. I'm not quite sure why it primed self-destruct if it was just gonna stand there. Here's what I think I'm gonna do. I'll do Safeguard on Verge, seeing as he took some unnecessary damage. I might be a little too close to something that might be self-destructing, but in this case I want to get rid of this android. So again, she does damage on the mist. That's one of the reasons why I took the shot. Alright, these guys are significantly better shots than... Okay, Chaining Jolt will end the turn. Still going for it.
Prime circuits. On target.
All right, I was somewhat hoping that this chain would take effect, but looks like no luck. So if I try and do subdue, right, we're not able to take him out. So in this case, this will give me a little bit of a. This will give me some cover from somebody who can only move once. Oh, hello. We've got momentum. Seems like I don't really have a whole lot that I can do, though. So let's say... I really thought I would have been able to do some kind of an attack on this commando, but let's accept that I did my job, and we're gonna go to a position of safety. So they might be able to fire at Patchwork, otherwise... Nope. Wow! These guys are no joke. Okay. I could do Mind Flay. What else do I want to do?
My mind overwhelmed.
Guess I got to do an Overwatch. There's not a whole lot else for me to do here. I mean, I'm assuming that somebody's going to be able to bop them on the head with Subdue. Yeah. So that's a lot more damage than I was expecting to take in the first room. So it looks like we're kind of we're at the two poles of.
Sacred Coil is putting up one hell of a fight for an empty bunker. We're missing something. I'm going to contact City Archives. They may have more detailed records than HQ. Give me a sec.
So I kind of feel like we have the two poles of like good stuff to bring. Clearly, the Chain Jolt is very good against the excuse me, is very good against the androids, but the psionics seem to be worse than useless. So we're gonna put Zephyr through the vent. Surprise isn't gonna do anything, but being able to get +3 mobility on somebody who gets up close and kicks the crap out of the enemies seems like a good bonus. And then for the keypad door, what order do I want? There's definitely something to be said for putting terminal in first. You know what? Do Verge terminal. Well. Gonna do Patchwork and then terminal.
Time to move.
We shall move in.
All right. This is definitely going to be tough with the androids, but I'm going to try and take out that commando in the back.
Not so fast.
And then the rest of this, I think it's going to be about clearing out as many people as possible. %chance. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna do a lot of chip damage, and this will make a little more sense when the turn finishes. Okay. So first things first, I need to deal with this. Okay, so I don't I really don't have a good way of dealing with this particular android. So let's think about android that moves on turn 3. In this case, I'm going to do a subdue on. So there is a question as to whether or not I'm going to be able to take out this commando, but This gets Zephyr into cover and it takes a target out. And this is the big thing, right? All of this is so all of that chip damage I did on people is so that I can now run in and use the subdue on them.
Hostile is under arrest.
Now this one's a little more complicated. I need to make a decision as to whether or not I want to deal with the self-destructing one or I want to deal with this android. I think it's probably better for me to do the... oh, hang on. So if I reprogram... Let's risk it.
Melting hardware. Dropping the gloves.
Nice. And this gives me the chaining jolt on the one that I'm scared
Blowing
of.
some fuses. Go on. Watch me.
All right. I mean, I could prime self-destruct. I think at this point here, though, we just take out the commander. It will be a potential fatality, but I mean, we've got more than enough to do what we need. That's an even worse shot than what I thought we had. Fair enough. Oh, that's a pity. I thought that I was gonna be able to bop him on the head. All right. Well, clearly we got to get the heals in. And I hope we're able to see. Wow, yeah, it's not easy to hit. That one I forgot that she had the does damage on a miss ability. So that was a pretty tolerable.
I know what Sacred Coil is after. Would
Pretty
anyone
tolerable
care
one.
to guess?
A personal scout ship with racing stripes.
Yeah, a defunct mech repair bay, which, according to these power readings, is currently very funked.
So I'm going up against mechs. This is what I'm hearing. Ready for anything? All units through this entrance get 50 dodge for 1 round, and then seal the deal. Last unit through this entrance does +3 damage during the breach. Okay, so Zephyr again. We'll give her the extra dodge. Patchwork doesn't have anything to do this turn, so I'm going to do Terminal in position 1, Verge in position 2, Patchwork here, and then... Now, I thought there was a heal that I could run. Maybe I did that already, though. So yeah, I'm just doing I'm still keeping the order. Alright, so who are the threats? Okay, good. I have a real dilemma here about this android. The question is, do I use the levitation or do I try and take it out? I'm gonna go for the take it out. That was probably the wrong call. Okay. I would have preferred to go after this commando. That was apparently not enough. That dodge better be worth something.
Mech's coming online. Destroy the control system before they all wake up.
Oh wow. Okay. This is gonna get pretty exciting. This is position 2. Question is, can I get rid of android number 6 in time? Yes, I can. But I feel like there's still... Okay, so the question is, do I want to... here's what I'm going to do. Cooperation on Zephyr. So Zephyr's going to be able to do a kind of an introductory move. So this just clears out Commando. She'll still be able to take her her turn. So the question is, how do I get her into a good position? She'll be moving before the Purifier, so we'll get her ready to deal with them. Okay. Now I get to take my turn. We could go for the target. Yeah, you know what? Let's go for the... The question is, do I feel optimistic enough about my ability to take out everything on the board here in time? And I mean, it's a coin toss with the Purifier. I'll at least do the chip damage. Well, okay, actually, so let's reconsider this. So I'm going to get at least 2 damage on this Purifier, which means that Zephyr's going to be able to take care of them. Patchwork's going to be able to kill at least 1 android. Verge is not going to be able to take out the android. No, you know what? I'm still going to go for it. Alright, so just because I can.
You're mine.
This makes, basically this makes Verge a little more effective at targeting. So we're gonna go for the weaker, android here. Yeah, it's a pity. How you doing, GNR Slash? Alright. So it'll do the chaining jolt on the this android. It's basically an insta-kill, so... I think we need to deal with the possibility that a mech is going to wake up this round. And then it seems to me the answer here is we kick him in the back of the head. Okay, I was not expecting that. I'll be honest, I was not expecting that to fail. I thought he was for sure dead. Well, that's a shame. That's definitely an incentive to get the console down as soon as possible. Boring conversation anyway. Luke, we got company. Okay, well, if I'm going to do that, let's get a safeguard in on...
Need a little
Verge.
help?
Okay, Mind Flay's... Yeah, Mind Flay doesn't end the turn, so that's an easy... that's an easy... Oh, hang on. Will end the turn, okay. So in that case, I actually think going after the target is the right call. You just won a bid on a complete full in-original box PSP, so you're oh cool. Now you need to go to bed for work. Well, thank you very much for stopping by and sharing the good news. I'm always happy to hear when stuff turns out for folks. All right. I know how I'm playing this. So, chaining jolt on the mech.
Melting hardware.
So, of course, I'd love to punch the crap out of the... well, you know what? I feel bad doing it. This is the smarter choice. Because that eliminates reinforcements. I'm able to deal with the rest of my problems at my leisure. That didn't finish it, did it? Okay, no, that's good. So we'll still set up for a parry.
To that position.
Ah, I thought the purifier was... okay, looks like they are. So this will be a little painful. Wow, the range on those grenades is pretty spectacular. Or no, I guess that's consistent with old XCOM. Obviously, I might as well safeguard. I would have rather not taken that damage, but... okay, so... I'm a little worried about that position 3 android, but let's deal with... the mech is a pretty clear target here. So, for Verge... oh, here's what we're going to do. It's the last encounter, so we're going to team up with Patchwork. So basically, Patchwork's going to be able to take out the android before the badness happens. We'll mind flay the enemy.
Cannot resist.
So this is a guaranteed kill. And then we take the chaining jolt on the self-destructing android, and we should be in good shape.
Overloading target.
So yeah, I changed my plans partway through that mission, but it turned out I think Terminal took unnecessary damage as a result, but lightly wounded is not a terrible state to be in. Alright, mech repair bear seized. An entire mech repair bay hidden beneath City 31 streets. What other secrets does Sacred Coil keep buried underground? Virgin Terminal wounded, Zephyr and Patchwork unharmed, 6 rounds to complete, 3 encounters done, 11 enemies killed, 6 captured. And I think that's it. People are slowly filing out, which makes sense. Again, thank you very much to Octavian for that lovely host. We'll do a quick debrief, and then we'll find someone to pass the good feelings on to. So, -2 unrest in Highland Square District, 55 credits, 20 intel earned from captured enemies. From the archives, Kelly, I need better candidates. Bradford, seasoned XCOM soldiers aren't good enough? Kelly, they're perfect soldiers, but reclamation agents aren't fighting a war, they're keeping the peace for everyone. Bradford, you expect XCOM soldiers to trust alien squad mates? Just like that. Kelly, John, I struggle with leading the people I used to fight, but I need candidates who can accept that the world is changing. Transcript of Reclamation Working Group Meeting, 2038, August 24th. Assembly complete, enhanced assault rifles. Torque has completed Spec Op training, glad handing, so that's some extra money. And again, this is probably the thing that I am the most interested in, is that there is a whole world going on in the background that I'm really interested in. Again, I really like this idea of the world after XCOM wins, and that it's a very complicated... So I'm not really happy with this blog post, but there was something that I wrote about Mad Max Fury Road, and I really enjoyed the film, but I think one thing that didn't quite sit right with me about it was... I've never really doubted Max or Furiosa's ability to fight. They are probably the most capable fighters in that movie. And what makes a figure like Immortan Joe dangerous is the hold that they have over people, sort of his ability to be the big man and to hold the resources and whatnot. And so I thought a much more interesting ending to that would not be the final fight with Immortan Joe, but that the final battle should be, you've got a starved population that has only ever known sort of the slavish obedience to the person who keeps them under control with, with through the control of the water supply through natural resources. and that the final struggle is more of a political one. That, you know, how do you... So, like, I suppose the question would be, like, suppose that, like, North Korea, the regime completely collapsed, and now, you know, South Korea, and sort of by extension the United States, is now sort of responsible for an entire population of sort of malnourished, you know, undereducated, propagandized people who are going to be hating the very people that are, you know, that are trying to make life better. Now, again, this is a pretty spectacular statement, because there's a lot of reasons as to why, like, it may not be the, you know, the Western countries that would you know, that would be the stewards of that change. But as a, you know, as a thought experiment, right? Like, basically asking that question in the context of Fury Road, I would have thought would be a little more interesting. And again, it's just from the point of view that it's like, I you know, I always thought that these two would be able to beat Immortanjo in a fight. So, anyways, so this is one of the reasons why I find this story so interesting, is that it's not the, you know, the big bad, the elders were defeated and everything was all right. It's like, the elders were defeated, and now we have to deal with the fact that there is an invasion force that has set up infrastructure and an entire system, and they don't have any way of getting back home. And we now need to figure out what we do with these people, and all of the back.
If Sacred Coil went after mechs, they need soldiers. But for what army? They were underground until Mayor Nightingale's election drove them to the surface. Their hatred for her gave them motive. Find out if Sacred Coil had the means to carry out an assassination.
All right, stop human abductions. Reclamation links Sacred Coil to a variety of City 31's missing persons, all human. Stop these human abductions and recover them from Sacred Coil. Time is of the essence. Oh god, they're using them as hosts for chrysalids, aren't they? All right.
Have you noticed the growing amount of violence in our city?
I have, Glorgo, I have. Makes me wonder if 3-1 PD knows how to do its job.
That's a bold statement, Roger.
All I'm saying is that it didn't used to be this way. Not when Shrike was keeping the peace.
Oh, come on. Mercenaries make bad police. Everyone knows that.
Maybe you're right, but at least there was peace.
All right, guys, I'm done for tonight. We'll do a quick debrief and find someone to host. If you are interested in picking up Chimera Squad, do keep in mind I was given a copy for promotional purposes, and a big thank you to Firaxis for doing so. But the game is currently 50% off right now, so I think in Canadian dollars it's about 15. I think in US it's about 10. Somebody can clear that up for me if I got that wrong. I'm really enjoying it. I mean, I think most of you kind of already know that I'm a huge XCOM fan, so in one sense this is more XCOM, but in another sense they've really taken an interesting direction with this game. I'm enjoying the story a lot more than I thought I would, which is not to say that I don't think like XCOM stories are bad or anything like that, but I am absolutely fascinated with how it colors previous events that I've seen in the form of the events of XCOM 2, the idea that there were alien collaborators that, you know, it wasn't necessarily... I mean, I think it's kind of implied, but it's not necessarily explicit, if memory serves. And it's really neat to sort of have this idea that some of these agents are people who, through some of the efforts of Advent, that basically the things that you uncover in XCOM 2, that it led to a sympathy for the conquered humans. That's a really neat touch, and sort of again dealing with all the implications of what victory for XCOM means after a successful invasion of Earth. I think it's definitely some really neat material that I don't really feel like. When I saw the trailer, I knew I wanted to play the game, but to see something as interesting as this was a nice bonus. I think the stuff that they've added to the turn-based game is really interesting, because I mean, in you know, when you play games like this, it's always taken for granted that you take your turn and you get to pick your agents. Part of taking your turn is choosing the right set of moves. The order in which to do things. This one completely throws that out the window, and instead you're dealing with something more like an initiative system. And it definitely adds a new dimension to the game. On top of the fact that, I mean, again, as the Kelly dialogue that we saw indicates, the idea that you've gone from being soldiers to police also sort of has a really interesting coloring. Again, there's banter between the characters. There's biographies in them. The idea that you cannot lose any of your troops. They're no longer expendable. They are people who need to make it to the end of the mission. All of these are just little nudges to a formula that's really worked, and it really makes Chimera Squad stand out. Again, the only person I think I wouldn't recommend this kind of a game to, insofar as people care about my recommendations. I mean, I need to kind of keep some perspective on that. But the only person I could really not see having a great time with this game would be somebody who just didn't like XCOM. Like, if you don't like turn-based strategy games, there's nothing in Chimera Squad that's going to suddenly make you like turn-based strategy games. But who doesn't, right? XCOM's great. So as far as the city map's concerned...
Reclamation links Sacred Coil to a variety of City 31's missing persons. All human. Stop these human abductions and recover them from Sacred Coil. Time is of the essence.
That's a lot of missions. So I think I tend to wind up going for these more than anything else, for the main reason that knocking off a couple of days on the hidden faction target is a pretty big one for me. We're giving up a fairly decent stash of clues, but I think I'm willing to do that. I think I'm just shot. Oh no, I can upgrade. Okay, so we'll boost the tech rank here. Yeah, actually, one thing. So what's the difficult? Very difficult, damn it. And neonate chrysalids are present in this mission. Well, that's going to be exciting. Okay, well, knowing that, we will promote Zephyr. So Zephyr can do lockdown. Zephyr attacks any enemy that enters or attacks from melee range. Oh, this is a big one. I remember this in XCOM 2, and this winds up being a lot more effective than it seems. You put this person in a good choke point, and they just wind up destroying everything in their path. Alternatively, pressure point melee attacks that would deal lethal damage will instead render enemies unconscious. Melee attacks do +1 damage and replaces subdue. This is a really tough call. I think I'm going to do pressure point because the extra melee damage... So the thing is that I haven't had a lot of cases where people are actually running through Zephyr's zone of control, and I'm not convinced that I'm going to be able to change that. So being able to increase her melee damage is a big thing for me. Okay, Spec Ops. Torque completed, glad handing. Rewards earned 85 credits. So sanctioned cooperation. Let's find who's eligible. So special agent or higher. I believe that is level 3 then. Let me just double check that. Yes. Okay, so this is gonna be a little hair-raising, but I'm gonna actually bring I'm gonna take Verge on that special op. Whoa, hang on. Yeah, recruitment drive is what I want. So the idea behind this one is, like, at some point I'm going to have to give up a good agent for 5 turns. And given the last round, it's pretty clear that the psionic abilities are not as strong as what I what I kind of need. So in this case, we'll put him on ice for the recruitment drive. So with that in mind, How do I feel about bringing Torque on the mission? I could also bring Cherubin. Yeah, you know what? It's going to be scary because it's a very difficult mission. But I think it'll be worth it. Okay, now supply. We should have enough money for the enhanced assault rifle, so we'll pick those up right away. If I want, I can buy more goodies, but let's hold off on that for a minute and figure out what else I want. So enhanced shotguns are the Godmother improvement. I think I'm going to do enhanced submachine guns because that will be augmenting more of my troops overall. I do really want to do enhanced shotguns because obviously Grandmother being able to have Grandmother just run up and destroy anything that she gets close to is pretty great. But I do kind of need to consider what I'm up against in terms of just in terms of my ability to do the maximum amount of damage. And I think that's it. So yeah, general plan. I've already upgraded the stack so that I can get the bonuses from rescuing the outspoken DJ. Looks like we get 20 Illyrium and 50 credits for our effort as well. I might want to spend those 50 credits right away on another item. I'm not 100% sure. I'm somewhat okay with Old Town and Riverside getting another 2 unrest. Switchyard is going to be a little bit of a worry because we're still going to have 3 days of activity afterwards, but I think in this case the Vigilance should be able to deal with the problems we'll see from the Switchyard. So one thing I might be a little more worried about is if something like the Fringe, or if we wind up with a pair of missions like this between Riverside and Old Town again, that means we're going to see some city anarchy go up. But we've, I don't know, we've been able to manage it reasonably well for the next little while. And in 5 turns, I don't think we'll get the free upgrade for the Finance rank 2. And maybe what I want to do is actually take one of the rank 2 to 3s instead. But that'll all be stuff that I deal with later. The thing I really want to try and do is just amass a lot of intelligence, and then when I go to do a mission, that'll be when I rank up the field team. Oh my god, Azure Wind! I was actually... Okay, I guess you guys get to see another mission then. I was quite literally wrapping up. Ravensdale Publishing, thank you very much for the follow. So we got Fadeaway 45, Daily, hello to you, Ravensdale, Exilus. Okay, guys, let me tell you some nice words about Azure Wind. I was really getting ready to go, but I'll do one more mission. So the thing about Azure Wind you got to keep in mind is that he plays games on the hardest difficulty with Iron Man mode. I am definitely playing very relaxed and just enjoying myself with Chimera Squad. So it's a very different dynamic for this one, but for those of you who do like strategy games, I cannot recommend Azure Wind enough. He is very skilled at the games that he plays. He does a very good job of sort of explaining what he is doing and why he's doing them. He's got just a lot of qualities that I think make him, if you like strategy games, he is very skilled at them. It's, more so than I am, which is not to imply that I'm skilled at them at all. But I think somebody who really likes strategy games and just wants to see somebody play them very well, there is an appeal to watching Azure Wind for that. But on top of it is, I think he does a very good job of explaining his reasons for doing what he's doing. And so I feel that you can learn things about the games that he plays as well. The other thing that's nice is he is very focused on XCOM. I originally found him, or rather he found me, through BattleTech. But he's definitely somebody who's very good at XCOM and does a lot of XCOM streams. So thank you very much for that raid. Yeah, well, I mean, Red Hand Grunt, I actually do tend to play, especially first-person shooters, I tend to put them on a higher difficulty, but I'm also very conscious of the fact that I have a lot of stuff I want to get through, And so in my own case, I tend to want to play at levels where I feel I can make a fairly decent amount of progress. Otherwise, I wouldn't push ahead. Thank you very much for that follow, Fadeaway. So again, I will caution you guys. I was actually doing my wrap up, so I am just gonna do one more mission. It is going to be very difficult with a team that really isn't equipped for it, so I'm sure we'll get some extra content out of it. But just a caution that we're getting close to a finish. What was it? You have a snake waifu already better stream than Azur's. Did Azure ask Azure what difficulty he's playing on his next stream? Oh, did he decide that he was? I know he was struggling on like the third mission, but. A local radio station claims to have connected the dots on Sacred Coil's human abduction. Sacred Coil isn't happy and they're sending a team to express their displeasure. Get the DJ out of there and find out what he knows. Okay, so one approach that I might want to take here, we've got a repel point, keypad door, and a window, so we want to put the extra padding. Also hit make items available. Whoever has... Okay, so... a scope and a hair trigger. I need to figure out who I want to give those to. So... No. Can I not? Huh. So apparently I've just locked... That seems weird. Oh, there we go. Okay. Reason I'm changing that is the enhanced AR is my better weapon, so even though it's very likely that I'm going to be using the chained zap, Patchwork is my higher damage dealer, and so I want to be maximizing the output from her. Just came off the back of a game over? Well, yeah, I'm going to be... I'm not playing Iron Man, so I get an infinite number of tries on this, but... we'll see how it goes. I haven't seen Azure in chat.
Coil just arrived here. Get in there, secure any hostages, and get out before things go south.
By the way, I like the fact that there's the XCOM propaganda posters up still. I think that's a really nice touch. Yeah, I hope he's not feeling too discouraged after the mission if it was a tough one. Okay, so good now I don't have the ability to absorb the damage though. So last unit through the entrance automatically activates Overwatch after the breach. All units entering here get plus 25 aim. I feel a little silly doing this, but I don't know what I'm up against through the side window and the rappel point. So I think I'm going to get everybody running in through the door. However, I'm going to make Patchwork the final person who enters. So let's say Torque, Terminal, Zephyr, Patchwork. I'm putting Zephyr a little bit later in just because I want to see who I'm actually going to be prioritizing. Well, let me think about that. Yeah, no, I do want her later in the initiative.
Move in now.
All right. Well, they did say there'd be chrysalids. All right, let's just try and we'll take things off the board. Damn it! I can chip the chrysalid, or I can go for the coin toss of taking the commando out completely. Fortune favors the bold. Virgil was a liar. All right. Oh yeah, I should have fearless advanced him. That was dumb of me. And I've got a fresh purifier too. Okay, that's fine. There is a plan behind this. Yeah, no worries, Azure Wind. I already said nice things about you, so I'm gonna rely on your minions to relay what I said. I heard you had a tough.
Always knew XCOM would come for me. Didn't see it going down like this.
Holy crap, that's Floyd Tesseract.
Oh, wow. I am the biggest fan of your show.
No autographs in a combat zone.
Mr. Tesseract, we need to get you out of there.
I know the drill. I devised the drill. Head down, follow orders, keep living. Old habits die hard.
Oh my god, I really love the banter of this. Yeah, so I mean, I'm just playing on like all the default difficulty settings and whatnot. So the reason why I was okay not taking people out is that now I've just basically got a whole host of, of people I can whack with my baton and whatnot. So the question is what order I want to do this stuff in. So we've got... This commando is going to be a little bit of a problem. So yeah, it's a 56% chance. That's not great. So here's what I'm going to do. It's a little bit of a risky shot. Oh, I can't use the tongue on him. Okay. Can I try subdue? Well, again, it's a risky one, but let's see if we can pull it off. Hey! Thank you very much for the follow. Beautiful. Oh crap, I didn't even think to check for that guy. Sorry, I thought that was a completely different unit that I was going up against. Okay, so this purifier is my next pain point. If I wanted, I could go for the early cooperate. Yeah, actually, you know what? So I do an early cooperation. No, okay, sorry. I need a minute to think this through. Also, there is a chrysalid I haven't accounted for on the table here. Where is it? Okay, chrysalid 1, chrysalid 2. Ah, sitting in the corner. Okay, that means Torque is in a lot more trouble than I thought she was. Okay, here's how we're going to handle this. We'll start with an early heal.
Need a little help?
Now, once the purifier is dealt with... Okay, so I can actually afford to do a subdue... Oh, no, I can't. Not on the purifier. Okay. 68% chance. I feel like we can do better, so let's do a cooperation.
Hey, you got this.
I don't know why I thought she had the range for that. Okay, I actually really blew that, because the purifier is going to be causing me all sorts of misery now. Well, okay, let's... I'll deal with the bad situation I put myself in as best as I can. Sorry, again, I was at the end. Oh, that's right, we had an Overwatch. Not that it mattered. So presumably Zephyr is going to get toasty.
I'm roasting here. That looks painful.
Alright, units that are burning take damage at the start of their turn and are blocked from using most abilities besides shooting. Alright, well... again, we want to be taking pieces off the board. I mean, I could try something fancy with the chrysalid, but I'm a little bit more concerned about this one. Although... So if I move Patchwork up, How much damage to this crystal? Okay, yeah. I'm still going to team up with Patchwork. This is more about getting her in position for the next adventure. All right. So I do Chaining Jolt. I can completely take out that commando. Yeah, it's worth it. So I am curious what this chrysalid's going to do. All right. That makes things very exciting. Presumably I cannot wrap myself around the chrysalid. That would be awesome if I could. But cocoon versus... Yeah, let's just get rid of the neonate. That is not nearly enough damage. Okay. So if I want to take out the purifier, that's 63. I don't like those odds at all. So we will avoid healing in favor of a better shot. So it'd be much better to take care of the cocoon, but obviously I want to try and get rid of the baddie first. I'll try and keep him as far away from the cocoon as possible. Oh, come on! Alright, I thought I might have a Chaining Jolt on the cocoon, but what I'm going to do instead, so it doesn't seem to make any sense to make her escape. In this case, I will take advantage of Overwatch. Anyone who I can sprint out of a... Well... Oh, wow! So this thing just keeps spawning them. That makes things a lot more dramatic. And we definitely know that there's reinforcements coming. Okay. Wow. Okay. I am in a world of hurt now. Okay. Let's deal with... we'll deal with these problems one at a time.
Cover me.
Clearly, I can no longer afford to just sit and wait for stuff to come in. We'll deal with the reinforcements. Ah, okay. Patchwork is gonna shine now. It's like the first time I've been happy I've had an Overwatch. Alright, Mr. Tesseract, get the hell out of here. This is not exactly the smartest thing to do with a VIP, seeing as there are a couple of ranged units that can cause us some trouble. I do want to do whatever damage I can. Okay, so if I go after the cocoon... Okay, let's just take that cocoon off the table. Clearly, this means that Terminal is a very high priority in terms of getting some healing in. Alright, she's not burning anymore. In this case, I'm going to go for the parry. Ah. That's a pity. I would have liked to do something with the android in position 4. Well, you know what? Let's roll the dice.
Next time, just shoot.
Excellent. Okay. not quite the thing I want to do. So again, we'll set up for another Overwatch. It's unlikely we'll take advantage of it, but I guess I said that last time too. So this is really just about setting up as attractive as a target as possible for this android here. I want to get everybody the hell out of the missions area,
Nearly
but
out of ammo.
I do need to make sure that the people who need heals are getting them. I'm not really comfortable leaving people up here, so we'll take our chances with Overwatches, even though I don't think they'll do much.
I'm ready for him. Appreciate it.
All right, looks like they are going to go after Zephyr. Cool. So clearly we need a safeguard here, just to make sure I don't lose the person I put out of position. And it seems to me, as much as I don't like doing Overwatches, we'll still be able to get our escape. So in this case here, this is just securing the escape route for everybody else.
Don't jump the gun.
Floyd is definitely ready to get out of here. Alright, Zephyr, I basically just need to have a straight burnout to the exit. So,
almost out.
I mean, again, everybody else at this point just gets Overwatches to make sure that we're able to get out next turn. I don't see any reason why we can't, but...
Not enough ammo.
Alright, and everybody should be able to get out of here. I suppose Patchwork is technically in an awkward spot, but I don't see... I genuinely don't see any situation where she's in serious danger.
Ammo's nearly out. On the run. Clear a path.
No ammo. I need to reload. Going to move.
All right. I'm kind of happy that things went a little off. So, like, this is one of the things that I tend to find. If if that went exactly as planned, I would not have learned things like the cocoon constantly generates new chrysalids. So even though there were, like, obviously some sloppy moments inside of that, I'm actually kind of happy that it turned out the way that it did. Simply because I now know a few things about how chrysalids work and the fact that the chain... So I wasn't sure about that, the chaining jolt. So I haven't actually seen the chain part about it yet, but chaining jolt does still require line of sight and whatnot. So yeah, there was some good lessons there. Although obviously it would have been nice if I didn't get Zephyr shredded like that. The other one that I really run into is that I make way too many assumptions about stuff in the like that initiative order. I really actually need to be looking at specifically what units it's referring to, because I've definitely been caught out a couple of times by assuming certain units are what they are. But anyways. Rescued Floyd Tesseract. If Sacred Coil went after Floyd Tesseract, it means that some of his theories about their abductions are right, but there are so many, and he won't stop talking. We'll need time to sift through all of this. So 5 rounds to complete, 1 encounter, 5 enemies killed, 6 captured, no civilians rescued, 1 killed, and a partridge in a pear tree. But I've been promising this for a while. I'm almost 2 hours over, so I think I am going to have to properly call it. Let me just take a quick minute and see who is online. And I will do my best to prioritize Chimera Squad, but we'll see who's online. From the archives, Flight Tesseract. What is IFC anyway? International Food Corporation? Intergalactic Fashion Conglomerate? I'll tell you what it really stands for. The Invisible Floater Conspiracy. Ever wonder what happened to those vertical takeoff and murder machines? You heard the Elders turned all the floaters into Archons. Sure, some, but the rest are pulling strings that we won't see until it's too late. Keep your eyes on the skies. You should have believed. 2040, February 29th. 2 days towards Operation Reveal. That's obviously why we did that mission. 50 credits, 20 Illyrium, and the extra intel. And then obviously here I'm going to want to...
Roger, I don't have much to say about Grey Phoenix. The whole situation hits too close to home.
They could have caused so much destruction in the middle of our city.
Wanting to find one's home should not be a crime.
Mass devastation is definitely a crime. Why didn't they ask for help?
Would anyone hand a starship over to aliens who said they just wanted to leave?
Probably not, Corgo. Probably not.
So I was originally going to do the vigilance on the switchyard, but it actually seems like downtown might be the better candidate, because if we're going to be done in 2 turns, we get the hidden faction target, and then we're able to reduce the number on our own. Anyways, I keep promising that I'm going to wrap up, so we will say goodnight to Chimera Squad. It's April 29th for at least a few more minutes. Thank you everybody for watching, and especially everybody from Azure Wind's stream. I am sorry I did not have more to show. Azure Wind, again, is a really great guy, so if you guys have not followed him, please check him out. I do need a minute just to bring up my browsers again to see who is online. Browsers. Obviously, this will get the pitch stuff. For those of you who are still trying to decide whether or not to pick up the game, I believe the game is still on sale until May the 30th. So again, I was given a key for promotional purposes, and the link that you see inside of the chat there is a humble link, which is an affiliate link for me, which means that I do get a little bit of money if you pick it up. If you prefer to buy it on Steam rather than the Humble store, I completely understand. I would much rather you buy the game and just enjoy it. But if I can direct you towards the Humble page and get a little bit of money myself, that works particularly well. Obviously, too, following or otherwise hanging out is something that helps out the stream a whole lot too. I am finally on the Twitch page. Who is streaming? Who's streaming Chimera Squad is the better question. Actually, Azure Wind, you don't know anybody who's streaming Chimera Squad right now, do you? Because if you do, I will happily host them. And if you don't, I'm going to find somebody. Okay. I have a couple of candidates, but... Alright. I'm picking one at random. We will raid Hopocalypse. I have no idea who this person is, but it is tagged as English. Please treat them well. They are playing Chimera Squad to 8 people, so I usually like, in the absence of a strong recommendation one way or the other, I usually like to pass it down to someone who will be very happy to see the number of people come through. So I'd love it if you guys hang out for that. Again, I cannot vouch for their stream. I say this because there have been a couple of times when I have hosted people and it's been really, really, really rough. So, somebody who started saying racist stuff as soon as I hosted them. So, hopefully that doesn't happen. But please treat Apocalypse well. I will be back Friday at the latest. And yes, until then, I might be doing a stream on Thursday as well. But as always, Twitter is where that information comes through. And then Monday, Wednesday, and Friday are the regular days. Have a good night, and we'll see you next time.